absent before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Neufeld, Mr. Blazier, people represented by Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, Ms. Khan. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Your Honor, I just received a few moments ago an order signed by you regarding the sock drying experiment, presence of blood on sock interior, discovery violations. And I think I need a little bit of clarification, Your Honor. First of all, on page 2 of your order, you referred to the glove drying experiment. And I believe that
sock drying experiment.
Okay. What I understand, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, is you're not precluding Professor McDonald from testifying. What you're saying is that he cannot testify to the results of that experiment that he did at this time, based on the information that you have. With regard to presence of blood on sock interior, you referred to the description given by Mr. Sims in part of the testimony, but there's no reference to the other portions where he said that he saw a red-brown substance, but it's powder coming from, fiber oils as opposed to a transfer stain. My question is, even without referring to the presumptive testing, the expert who is the nation's leading authority in bloodstain interpretation is entitled to give his opinion, but are you saying that at this point he can't refer to the presumptive tests? So that's I need some clarification on.
No, he can say that there's a red something over there.
Okay.
Can't refer to the tests.
Can't refer to the presumptive test until
That's
there's some kind of corroboration. Okay. Fine. And third is, I'd like to schedule him. You heard what the problem is about him leaving for Canada. Can I schedule him for early next week, which will still give them ample opportunity?
All right, because the scope of his testimony at this point is that in the interior of the sock, there appears to be a red substance, period.
And he will describe that red substance and what characteristics it has.
I assume.
Yeah. Also, as you know, you also received a copy of his July 15th report regarding the glove shrinkage experiment, which was done with the Aris gloves, the same gloves, in fact, that Mr. Darden used in an experiment in this courtroom with Mr. Simpson. So he'll be referring to that as well. And that's basically the testimony, as well as any just, generalized blood splatter interpretation. But we want to schedule them, that's all. So the delay that you are allowing the people based on the totality of these circumstances is what? Can we call them Tuesday?
I don't know. Depends on what I hear from the people.
Okay. You mean at this moment? Okay.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Don. As we informed the court earlier, with respect to the glove drying experiment, there is a motion that will be filed, I believe, today. I would be more apologetic about the late filing of these motions were it not for the fact that we just received the reports and had no idea that the Mr. McDonald was going to attempt to testify to matters contained therein. But that motion is forthcoming. With respect to the timing of his testimony, I still don't think we have an adequate offer of proof as to what the parameters of his testimony will be. His report, I believe now that counsel has said that he will testify to the appearance of what he says is a transfer on sock A. And that he will also testify to generalized blood spatter interpretation. Well, there are no reports of any findings he made on any blood spatter at the crime scene in this case or at Rockingham. And if that is going to be the subject matter of his testimony, we need to have a 402 on that. Although counsel may characterize Mr. McDonald as a leading authority in blood spatter interpretation, he, as the court and I think the jury will see, is far from the most renowned or the most revered. And I think that his conclusions will need to be reviewed by this court under 402 before being submitted to the jury. So perhaps a more definite offer of proof needs to be made before the people can determine when they will be ready.
But the question posed by Mr. Neufeld is a matter of scheduling at this point, and if you want to challenge these matters both on discovery bases and 402 bases, then we ought to set some time aside to do that. Mr. Newfeld's suggestion is perhaps Monday. How does that strike you?
Well, we have to file the motion on the glove. I think that's going to be, that will impact as well, Your Honor.
Well, it sounds to me like perhaps we ought to take up the 402 and 352 issues on the glove, since he'll be the person testifying to this, the discovery issues and everything else all on Monday. How does that sound?
That sounds fair.
The only question is this: if we're about to embark on EDTA witnesses, and it's possible that both witnesses, and Ms. Clark may be able to assess this as well, may go over to Monday, in which case I would do it Tuesday. I'm just trying to be realistic here.
That's fine with me, Monday or Tuesday. I'm not wedded to that as long as everyone has time to get ready and get up to speed on all these issues.
Okay.
Because they're substantial. I have heard also, Your Honor, well, I would request of counsel, there are apparently other notes that Mr. McDonald has made of his observations and experiments that we have never received. And now, I mean, I'm not worried about the SOC at this point, but I am concerned that there are reports concerning other observations or conclusions that he has made, notes and reports that counsel refers to, but we've never seen to this date. And so if there are any other notes or reports concerning the subject matter of his testimony or the subject matter for which he was contacted by the defense to do experimentation or investigation, the people formally make another request that it be turned over.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, any comment on that last one?
No, Your Honor, I think we're well advised of what our obligations are in terms of discovery in this case. We will certainly comply with it, and I believe we have complied with it with respect to Professor McDonald. So we're saying Tuesday then, I guess.
No, we're shooting for Monday.
We're shooting for Monday.
Shooting
Okay.
for Monday with the possibility we'll dribble over until Tuesday.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Blazier?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We intend to call Dr. Frederick Reeders our first EDTA witness after the witness that's currently on the stand. I heard, I think on a television last night, that the prosecution was going to make some sort of a motion to either preclude him or delay him. They haven't told me that. They've known I've been working on this issue since they arrested. I think we need to decide that now. If they're going to make some sort of a challenge to that, we'd like to know that now. We have two experts here from the East Coast.
Well, let me ask you this. At this point, Mr. Cochran, how much more do you have with Mr. Ford?
Your Honor, I would think that I don't have very much to Mr. Ford, Your Honor, perhaps more than 15 to 20 minutes with Mr. Ford.
All right, Ms. Clark, how much do you have on Mr. Ford?
30 minutes.
All right. Ms. Clark, what's the prosecution's position on, is it Dr. Reeders?
Yes.
Yeah, I just received notice of this change in developments late last night, and I'm very I'm really outraged at the manner in which this defense has proceeded. It's a trial by ambush, according to the defense, and let me just indicate to the court procedurally what has transpired that leads me to this position. Dr. Reeders, we were informed, would testify at some point, but it was at the end of a series of witnesses who have now been skipped over by counsel. Dr. Reeders was added to the witness list, as best I can tell, formally on July 17th. That is this Monday. That is the same day we received his report. Now, the court, perhaps, I don't know if the court has seen the report. I don't think that it has.
No.
It's a two-page report, and yet the conclusions are very complex. They're very serious. If Dr. Reeders truly intends to testify to the positions he's adopted in that report, the cross-examination will have to be extensive, and the preparation time needs to be a little more than 2 days before he's called. And the defense deliberately put him on the witness list. Let me indicate to the court, as of July 15th, he wasn't even on the scheduled list of witnesses. As of July 18th, which is Tuesday, he was scheduled to testify after 7 other witnesses that have now been jumped over. The defense is deliberately attempting to force us into a position where we are unprepared to effectively cross-examine this witness. The people are requesting of the court, I mean, this witness has had the reports of Agent Martz, which is what he did. He didn't do any testing himself. He reviewed the reports of the testing conducted by Agent Martz and then issued a report of his opinion of those results. And those opinions are highly questionable, and require vigorous cross-examination, because what the attempt is here is to mislead and confuse the jury to such a degree that they will oversimplify and falsify the true nature of the findings by Agent Martz. This witness did not do the testing to which he plans to testify. In fact, he cannot do that testing and never has. Yet he purports to be able to interpret the results in a manner that will be highly inflammatory, also highly misleading. If he is called to testify first from a substantive point of view for the benefit of the jury, Your Honor, the jury will be completely misled and confused. At which point, if Agent Martz is ever, the defense cannot completely refuse to call Agent Martz because they have no foundation for the testimony of Dr. Readers at all. But if they delay in the calling of Agent Martz, the issue will become so confusing and so misleading to the jury that he may never be able to sort it out so they understand what really transpired and what the test results really mean. So I have like a twofold objection. One, for the benefit of the jury in terms of their understanding of the testimony. Two, for the benefit of the jury in terms of our ability to effectively confront and cross-examine the witness, which we have been deprived of the opportunity of doing by a doctor who has refrained from writing a report until a day or two before he takes the witness stand, based on reports he received at the end of February. I cannot think of a reason why a doctor would review reports that are not that voluminous, 30, 40 pages, at the end of February, I'm sure drew conclusions at least by the end of March, and not write a report until 3 to 4 months later. I think it is scandalous what has occurred here. I think it is a very deliberate attempt to try this case by ambush and to prevent the people from adequately meeting his testimony.
What remedy are you seeking, Ms. Clark?
Initially, the people seek preclusion of his testimony completely. And we object on the grounds for the discovery violation and the obvious subterfuge involved in turning over a report that had to have been ready to prepare months ago, 2 days before they intend to call him. Additionally, I remind the court of the context in which this appears, and that is that his name is added to the witness list only on Monday and deliberately put down below a bunch of others.
Which witness list are we talking about?
The defense called us at 7:45 p.m. on July 18th. to tell us that Dr. Readers would testify after the following witnesses.
All right, Ms. Clark, let me clarify my question. Dr. Readers is a name, the name Dr. Readers has been mentioned a number of times throughout this trial during the blood testimony. So when was Dr. Readers placed on the master defense witness list?
Thank you. In March.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me take that back. Dr. Readers was on the main list in October, and he was added again in March. So, yes, it's a name that is known to us, but a name without a report is virtually worthless. How do we know what he's going to address? In fact, I will tell the court this. It's very misleading, because due to the fact that I know he does not perform and cannot perform effectively the kind of testing involved in EDTA detection, we were of the opinion that he would testify. We didn't know what he would testify to, but we certainly could not anticipate it would be EDTA, since he's not an expert as far as the operation of the conducting of the testing in that particular area.
So I should expect an initial competency challenge.
Oh yes, oh yes. There's going to be substantial 402s that have to be conducted prior to his testimony. I was in the process of trying to prepare paperwork to that effect, and believing that I had 10 witnesses to go before him, thought that there would be the opportunity to do so. I should also indicate to the court that from a substantive point of view, as Ms. Kahn points out, Agent Martz is necessary to lay the foundation for Dr. Readers. This is not a situation like Dr. Lakshmanan and Dr. Golden, because the test performed by Agent Martz, Dr. Readers cannot perform. I believe never has performed. So
well, that's an interesting issue in and of itself. But let's get to the issue of how much, let's assume, let me ask you this. How much time do you need to effectively prepare to cross-examine Dr. Readers?
Given the fact that I'm required to be in court every day on the other witnesses, and I have other witnesses that I'm scheduled to cross-examine.
Are you going to be cross-examining Dr. Readers?
Probably.
Not Mr. Harmon or Mr. Clark?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No.
Or Mr. Kelberg?
Or Mr. Kelberg.
All right.
I'm wearing out my welcome with Mr. Kelberg. I gotta save him up. But, and I might indicate too that Dr. Malt has disappeared from the list. So I don't know, I need to know from counsel when he's going to appear. But that's another matter.
Okay.
I would ask leave of the court for 2 weeks, or the end of the defense case, whenever that is.
All right. Mr. Blazier?
Your Honor, this is a rather blatant and outrageous attempt of the prosecution to try to control our order of proof. Let me state a little bit of chronology here. Dr. Readers has been an issue in this case since the beginning of the year. We had a whole hearing with Mr. Harmon talking about his improper contacts with Dr. Readers. They've known that he's
Well, Mr. Blazier, let's cut to the chase. The issue is the turning over of a report 2 days before you're going to call him.
The report was turned over on Monday. There is no legal requirement that Dr. Readers even write a report. He did not perform any tests. All he did was analyze their data. I feel like I've had a guest come to my house unexpected, stayed 3 weeks uninvited, and then they start complaining about the food. We don't have to have a report from Dr. Readers. We did one, given all the falderall that we've gone through about experts not having reports. The conclusions in the reports are exactly what they thought they were when Mr. Harmon described our flicker of hope. They know what the issues are. Agent March knows what the issues are. I met with him last week in Washington. He told me what he thought our experts were going to say. They aren't that far apart, quite frankly. Both experts are going to say there are indications of EDTA on the sock and the back gate. Where they divert is in terms of whether you can quantify that. They've known about Dr. Readers. They contacted me yesterday about talking to him. I said we could do that. We were kind of short on time at that point. They know what the issues are.
What is Dr. Readers going to say about the levels?
He's going to say that their method is not capable of quantifying, first of all, how much is actually there, but more importantly, how much should be there given the nature of the samples being exposed to the environment, being stored for 8 months, because the FBI didn't do any validation studies to demonstrate how much EDTA are you likely to lose given the manner in which this evidence was collected and preserved. So he's going to say that their method is inadequate to do that.
How are you going to lay a foundation for this?
Dr. Readers has been working with EDTA since 1950.
No, the fundamental foundation.
Testifying to Agent March's reports? The court advised us several times during the prosecution's case that we can't control their order of proof. They decided to call all of their LAPD witnesses who did their testing after they called the people from Cellmark, after they called the people from DOJ. We objected to that. You properly told us, not our decision, it's their decision. They can tie it up later. I'm assuming they're not going to argue that their own agent's test results are invalid. He didn't tell me that. He stands by his test results. That's all that Dr. Reeves is going to testify about. Dr. Lakshmanan never wrote a report. He testified not only before Dr. Golden, but in place of Dr. Golden. Colin Yamauchi was switched on their witness list until the end of until after Dr. Cotton and Gary Sims had testified.
You're not answering my question, Mr. Blazier. I sat through the whole trial so far. I know what's happened so far. You don't need to tell me that. I just had a fundamental question. How are you going to lay a foundation to have this guy testify to this stuff?
I'm going to have him look at Agent March's reports and findings and have him testify about those. I can do it on a hypothetical basis. Then I'm going to call Agent March to authenticate them.
Okay. All right. Just a question.
Okay.
Ms.
But I
Clark?
think that we need to have that assurance from counsel that Agent March will be called, because if not,
Well, then I'm sure you'll call him.
well, no, then I will ask to strike all of Dr. Reader's testimony. But the jury, having already heard a bunch of confusing and unsupportable conclusions, may then be so confused I'll be required to. That's a different story. I don't want to be put in that position. And I think the counsel should be admonished. That's a very serious sanction.
No, well, Ms. Clark, I'm just raising the issue. I'm concerned about the foundation for this testimony. We'll see. That was a intellectual curiosity question. All right. Now, Mr. Blazier does raise the point that we've been talking about Dr. Readers and the issue of EDTA for a long time, and we know what the issues are. I mean, it was apparent to me what the issues were.
Sure. In a general sense, yes. Did we know about ETTA? Yes, we did. Did we know for sure that Dr. Reeders was going to testify to that? No. That's why Mr. Harmon was attempting to find out why his name came up in that context in a circle of chemists, I guess, that were talking about it. And actually, as far as I understood it, determined that he couldn't be called to testify because he doesn't do the testing. His lab is incapable. And so we thought he was basically there, as many of their witnesses are, as just fodder. Their witness list is fat and replete with witnesses that they will never call, never intend to call. I'm not actually accusing them of anything nefarious in that regard. I'm just saying that there are many like that, and I assume that Dr. Reeders was one of them because his lab doesn't do the testing. Now, it's one thing to say, even if you assume that we believed that he would be called, that there are issues here, but that doesn't mean that we understand what his conclusions will be and how to meet
I
them.
haven't seen the report. Does the report say that, yes, you can use this testing procedure to determine the presence of EDTA?
It doesn't say to the contrary. What Mr. Blazier has just represented to the court is not contained in his report. That offer of proof is the first time I've heard that he intends to so testify. That is not in his report. When his report, all he states is basically that in his opinion, the components that were identified in the this gets very complicated, but this has to do with the detection of ions, a parent ion, and then there's a daughter spectrum of ions. And why there are no sons, I don't know, but anyway, it's daughter ions. In the testing of the evidence blood stains and in Agent Martz's own unpreserved blood, we find there is a parent and one daughter ion, but not the full spectrum of daughter ions, meaning that it could be EDTA or any other compound with that same parent and daughter ion, which there could be hundreds of. But that result cannot be confirmed to be EDTA until you have the full daughter spectrum, which does show up in the reference blood samples. That's the bottom line. Now, what Dr. Reeders does is say, in my opinion, you call it EDTA when you find one parent ion and one daughter ion, even though you can't see the whole daughter spectrum. That's essentially what his report says. His report says nothing about
Sounds to me like you're ready.
Well, I understand this. I'm not ready to cross-examine, Your Honor, but believe me, I just read this report. We got one court day to prepare on this. They've had months to prepare on all of ours. I mean, where's the fairness in this? It's ridiculous, and this is a serious issue. This is a key focal issue in this case, and the defense drops it on us with one court day to prepare, then deliberately does this shell game with their order of witnesses to make sure that we can't prepare. Yes, I've read about EDTA. Big deal. That doesn't mean that I'm ready to cross-examine a report that I've just received. One court day? No one would require a lawyer to go forward on one court day on an issue of such magnitude and, well, maybe someone would, but on an issue of such complexity. I mean, it wouldn't be fair. It simply wouldn't when the court is aware that the defense has had months to prepare for the smallest of our scientific witnesses. And I don't mean that in terms of length as much as in terms of simplicity or complexity of issues. This is very complex. But that's all his report says. It says nothing about the inadequacy of the testing procedures utilized by the FBI. It says nothing about the degradation of EDTA in samples that are maintained or stored in certain ways. What Mr. Blazier just represented to the court, we have no notice of at all. I mean, this is worse than I imagined, far worse, because he intends to get up there and ambush us again and blindside us with all kinds of conclusions and opinions that are contained in no report, for which we have no 402. What was the point of having a discovery statute under Prop 115 if they come in and play this game again? And that's what they're doing.
Well, I think one of the products of this case is likely to be a complete revision of 1054.
Would not be surprised. In fact, I intend to put my shoulder into the effort if there is one, but I would indicate to the court that at the very, very least, if the testimony is not precluded, that the people be given 10 days to prepare on this. And I don't think that that's asking a whole lot when we know that the defense has had months to prepare on the very smallest of scientific issues in the people's case. And I really am just asking for the court not to give the defense the windfall benefit of their own tactics.
Mr. Blazier, what is Dr. Reeder's schedule?
He's in town. I don't
His
know.
availability.
I have not checked with him. He's available now.
Where is he from?
Maryland or Philadelphia.
All right, why don't you check with his schedule?
Well, Your Honor, may I respond?
All right?
They know what these issues are. They know exactly what they are.
They do, but they just got the report. This is a key issue, and it's a highly complex area. And to drop a report a couple of days before you're going to cross-examine an expert, if the shoe were on the other foot, I'd be peeling you off the ceiling right now.
Lakshmanan was on for 8 days. He didn't write anything down.
Cancel. That doesn't work. Find out his schedule. Let's have the jury. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Willie Ford, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, just sit back, pull the microphone close to you, sir. All right, good morning, Mr. Ford.
Good morning.
Mr. Ford, you're reminded, sir, that you are still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ford.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ford, when we recessed yesterday, we were talking about, I believe, having shown you the video of the upstairs bedroom of Mr. OJ Simpson, that you never at any time we were in that bedroom saw any socks at the foot of Mr. OJ Simpson's bed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to that, I'd like to show you a photograph and put a photograph on the Elmo, Your Honor. People's Exhibit number 167. And I'd like to approach the witness and try to Mr. Darden. Come on there, please.
Yes.
I'd like to show this. Mr. Ford, I want you to take a look at that photograph. And first of all, do you recognize that photograph as being Mr. Simpson's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And do you see those straps or whatever they are on the bed there?
Yes.
And do you see in that photograph what appears to be some socks at the foot of that bed
Yes.
and on the carpet? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you strike that? Did you at any time ever see any socks at the foot of Mr. Simpson's bed when you were in that room at about 4:12 or 4:13 on June 13th, 1994?
No, sir.
You never saw what's depicted in that photograph, right?
Right.
All right. Thank you. Then I'd like to.
Yes, you may.
I want to ask those questions. Mr. Harris, I think, is getting the video also. Now, Mr. Ford, sir, is that the photograph I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
And the condition of the that carpet with the socks thereon, it's your testimony that at no time while you were in that room did you ever see those socks on that carpet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you pull the photograph back a little bit and so we can show the, a little more? Now, with regard to those straps that are on the bed there, you did in fact see those in the video, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so that we're clear, when you walked in that particular room, sir, you walked right across that carpet, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And because you took a shot that I'm going to have Mr. Harris pull up in a minute, where you were at the foot of the bed shooting toward the headboard of that bed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was before, as I understand it, you went into the area that was described, I think, yesterday as a vanity or some kind of area where you, bureau or vanity, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then as I understand it, after you did the shot of the bedroom, you did this vanity area, took some shots in the bathroom, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Simpson's closet, right?
Yes.
And then that ended your shooting of the interior of the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you and Mr. Atkins leave shortly after that?
Yes.
And do you have you referred to the log and determined what time you left the premises that day?
Yes, approximately 4:30.
You left about 4:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And you know that from checking the log, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So as best we can tell, you got there about 3:10. You did your work expeditiously, and you left about 4:30. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you left, where did you go at that point, sir?
Back to the Parker Center photo lab.
Went back downtown to your photo lab
Yes.
with that particular video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you got back, did you look at the video right away when you got back downtown on
No.
June 13th? When's the next time you looked at that video? The video that you shot on June 13th, 1994, sir.
The first time I was called to testify a few months ago.
All right, and that was, I'm not sure I have the date. I have a copy of the transcript. I'm not sure I have the date. Counsel advised me around March 31st. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That was at a time that you testified in a hearing in this case.
Yes, sir.
You saw that video prior to that particular hearing?
Yes.
And so between June 13th and March 31st, 1995, you had not seen the video.
That's correct.
Like you'd never seen it. Is that okay?
That's correct.
In other words, you did your job and took it back. And who'd you give it to when you got back to Parker Center?
Detective Harrell, I think it was.
You gave it to Harrell?
I think so.
And Harrell was the person who had given you these instructions about what to do inside the place there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Harrell told you, did he not, to take pictures of even things on the wall, didn't he?
Yes.
You did that also, right?
Yes, sir.
What he said essentially was to photograph everything inside of the house, including pictures on the wall.
Sustained.
Well, what did Harrell tell you?
To videotape all of his effects that were out, including pictures on the wall.
And you tried to do that, didn't you, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we see in the finished product of your particular work. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Right now, with regard to your testimony here today, you had occasion to meet with Mr. Christopher Darden on Monday of this week. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would have been on today being July 20th. That would have been on Monday, July 17th.
Yes, sir.
And did you meet with Mr. Darden in this particular building?
Yes.
And did you meet with him around 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
I think so.
And who else was present, if anyone, during that meeting?
Sherry Lewis.
This is the lady to my immediate right here, Miss Sherry
Yes.
Lewis. All right, and the two of them were there?
Yes.
Who else was present?
I think there was another person by the name of David Wooden.
David Wooden, is that the young man who's been here? Have you seen him in court in
Yes,
the last
I
couple
have.
days you've been here? He's someone who works on the prosecution team?
Yes.
All right. And who else was present?
That's all I can recall right now.
So you met about 1 o'clock, and how long did you meet? How long altogether did you meet starting at 1 o'clock on July 17th, 1995?
It was just a few minutes. Most of that time was spent waiting in the office.
All right, you met, well, what time did you meet finally, you recall?
I think it was between the time court was out to lunch and the time that you had to come back in.
So you met over the lunch hour? Mm-hmm. Got to answer out loud. Is that
Yes. I'm sorry.
No
Yes.
problem, sir. You met over the lunch hour?
Yes.
All right. But didn't you stay here till about 4 o'clock that day?
Yes.
Well, was Ms. Lewis in court that day, or did you stay and meet with her after Mr. Darden left?
After that, we didn't meet. I was just standing by to be called.
All right. So let me see. You came here at about 1 o'clock. Is that right? Well, tell me what time you came.
I said during the lunch hour. I think the meeting in the office was around about 1.
All right. And how long did that meeting last? That's the
About
question.
10, 15 minutes, I think. I would guess.
All right. And that was all you talked. And that was when Mr. Darden was with Ms. Lewis. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you meet with either Mr. Darden or Ms. Lewis or any other member of the prosecution team after that meeting on Monday around the lunch hour?
Just as they were coming back and forth from court while I'm standing by.
And what happened when they were coming back and forth from court? Did you talk
Basically,
about the
just say hi, and we're sitting there watching television.
case? What were you watching on television?
Basically, the trial proceeding here.
You're watching the trial upstairs in the DA's office?
Yes.
You know that witnesses are precluded from watching television in this case, or watching this trial?
Overruled.
But there's an order by His Honor Judge Ito for lay witnesses not to watch the trial. You aware of that?
No.
Overruled.
Are you aware of that?
No, sir.
District Attorney's Office provided you with the television in the DA's office for you to watch television on Monday?
They didn't provide it especially for me, but it was there.
Well, I mean, there's a television in the room where you as a witness were being kept?
This was not a room just for witnesses. It was just,
Well,
we're
the
just
room...
sitting,
I'm sorry. Go right on. Go right on.
sitting in an office where there was a television.
There was an office with a television, and was that television turned on?
Yes.
And you sat there and you watched the television of these proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody tell you that you were not supposed to watch television
No.
per the judge's order? Mr. Darden never told you that?
No.
Ms. Lewis never told you that?
No.
So would I be correct in assuming that you watched television Monday afternoon from about the time you came at lunchtime until you left at about 4 o'clock?
Basically, that's correct.
And since no one from the prosecution team told you that you weren't supposed to watch television, you've watched the proceedings in this case and other cases, isn't that correct? Isn't that right?
In the Simpson case, you mean?
Yes, Simpson case. This case.
Yes, I have.
In fact, over at the police department, you work in SID, there are a lot of televisions on, aren't there?
No.
There aren't televisions on in the SID division?
No.
When have you watched television at other occasions? At home?
We have a television set, but we don't watch the television of the trial as it's going on. There's only been times when we had our own people from SID that we would watch a little bit of that, and that's it.
Well, if there have been testimony from others from SID that the television set is on when, let's say, Mr. Cullen Yamauchi is on.
Yeah.
Sustain.
All right,
Let's move on. We've established this.
all right. I'd like to, if the court would allow me to briefly approach.
No, let's proceed.
All right. Thank you. Just one other follow-up question.
Sure.
With regard to watching television in this case, you've watched it on occasions at work, is that correct?
Yes. on
And you
occasion.
watch it on occasion at home also, is that correct?
No.
You haven't watched it at home, just only at work
Right.
and here in the DA's office?
Yes.
And when you were up in the DA's office watching television on Monday, was there other witnesses in this office where you were?
Yes.
And what was the name of that witness or those witnesses?
I don't know.
How many witnesses were in there with you?
The one witness. Now, when you say witness, these are people to be called.
Yes, sir. To be called.
Dieter, a fellow photographer of mine.
Is that Rokar?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rokar? Mm-hmm. He was in there with you?
Yes.
And was he watching also?
Very briefly.
Same television you were watching?
Yes, sir.
And sir, with regard to, you were here yesterday also?
Yes.
Correct? And prior to being called yesterday in the afternoon, Were we in the same office upstairs?
Yes.
Were we watching television again at that time?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, I think we've exhausted this area.
Very well, Your Honor. I'll move on. All right. Now, Mr. Ford, when you left the Rockingham address and it was about 4:30, you and Mr. Atkins left together, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You come in a particular vehicle together and then you left together, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you went back downtown?
Yes.
And with regard to this video that you turned over to Detective Harrow, did you give it to Harrow on that same date, June 13th?
No, sir.
When did you give it to Harrow?
The very next day.
That would be on June 14th?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see Detective Harrow when you turned the tape over?
Third floor, Parker Center, RHD.
And from the time you turned it over to him on the 14th, and you never saw it again until March 31st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, as I understand your testimony, on March 31st, you then had occasion to review the tape prior to your coming to this courtroom to testify at a hearing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you watch the tape at that time?
Once.
And after March 31st, when you viewed the tape, did you have occasion to view it again prior to your testimony here starting yesterday afternoon?
Yes.
And when was that?
Monday.
And that was during this time that you were up in Mr. Darden's office?
Yes, sir.
Well, when you were upstairs in the D's office, were you in Mr. Darden's office?
Yes.
And when you were watching television, was that Mr. Darden's office?
I think so.
And so that's where the television set was, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So you and Mr. Rokar were in his office, actually.
No.
Where were you?
Mr. Rokar I only saw him in passing.
All right. Well, where was Mr. Rokar watching television?
He was in, I don't know whose office it was. It's one of the offices where the secretary is sitting.
But there was a television set there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Also. All right. So now, when you then met with Mr. Darden and Miss Lewis, did you go through the entire video or just look at part of it or what?
Just parts of it.
Okay. Tell us what parts of the video you looked at.
Basically the same part that was just shown.
Just the parts involving the missing socks?
Yes.
Sustained.
Well, let me rephrase it. The part where you didn't see any socks.
Exactly.
And that was the only part you looked at?
Yes, sir.
And who played the tape for you at that time?
I don't recall who was. I think it was Sherry Lewis.
All right, and
Operating
then
machine.
I'm sorry, did you finish?
Operating
machine.
I think Miss Sherry Lewis was operating the
I
machine.
think so.
Is that what you're saying? Now, as you watched this portion of the tape involving the socks that you didn't see there, was there some conversation with Mr. Darden at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Darden ask you whether or not you'd ever seen the socks on that particular day?
Yes.
Sustained.
Well, may I rephrase, seek
Yes.
rephrase it? Was there ever any discussion with Mr. Darden where you were there of whether or not you saw any socks on the date of June 13th, 1994, and you can answer that yes or no? Oh, well, you can answer that.
Yes, sir.
That subject matter came up?
Yes, sir.
And were you, in responding to any questions that were asked of you, were you honest and forthright in your responses?
Yes, sir.
Would I be correct in assuming that you've been honest and forthright in your responses here also?
Yes, sir.
You have no axe to grind in this case, do you?
No, sir.
Now, maybe just a second, Your Honor, regarding the video. Now, with regard to testimony of others from the Special Investigations Division, LAPD, do you know Andrea Mazzola? You know who she is?
Yes, I know who she is.
And do you know who Mr. Dennis Fung is?
Yes, sir.
And I think I'd ask you before briefly, this is Foundation, Your Honor, that you had had occasion to watch, at least the television sets were on when members of SID were testifying, right?
Yes.
All right. And with regard to the recovery of evidence in this case. Are you aware of Andrea Mazzola's testimony regarding, may I finish the question, Your Honor?
Sustained.
May I finish the question, Your Honor?
Sustained. Sustained.
Well, do you know what Andrea Mazzola testified about as to the time that she and Dennis Fung picked these socks up?
Oh, well.
Are you aware of the time that she testified under oath in this courtroom as to the time she picked these socks up on June 13th, 1994?
No, sir.
You've not talked to her about it?
No.
Did you see her testimony in that regard?
No.
I want to show you then a log of evidence.
Yes. What exhibit is this?
This is Exhibit 1091, Your Honor. It's a log, I
I would
think,
object to
prepared.
counsel further
Well, this
description of this item.
is an exhibit, Your Honor. I can refer to what this is.
1091.
1091, Your Honor. And I'd like to approach the witness with this exhibit, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. I want to approach you at this point.
352 is for this witness.
Sidebar with the court board, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Pepsi, there's conversation. Now, Mr. Ford, I want to approach you and, first of all, I want to show you a log and ask you if you've ever seen this log, which is
1091.
Defense 1091. Thank you, Your Honor. I place this before you, and if you need some explanation regarding what that is, I'll be glad to try.
No, haven't seen this log.
All right. Did you ever at any time have occasion to watch any of the testimony of Andrea Mazzola when she testified here in court under oath regarding the times that she picked up certain items at Rockingham?
No, sir.
Did you ever at any time have occasion to talk with Andrea Mazzola regarding her testimony?
No, sir.
Did you talk to her on the date of June 13th, 1994?
No, sir.
You did not talk to her at all?
Not at all.
With regard to Dennis Fung, have you had occasion to talk with Dennis Fung regarding times that he collected items at Rockingham on June 13th, 1994?
No, sir.
Did you talk to Dennis Fung on June 13th, 94?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to him while you're still at the scene?
Yes.
And with regard to the times of items that he picked up, or allegedly picked up on that date, did you have occasion to talk to him about those items?
No, sir.
Did you talk to Mr. Fung around the time you first got there or near the time that you were leaving?
No.
Again, said yes or no?
That's no.
You did not talk to him when you first got there?
No, sir.
Did you talk to him near the time that you were leaving?
No, sir.
You talked to him during the time you were there?
Yes.
And what part of the house were you in when you talked to him?
Different parts of the house.
Did you talk to him when you were downstairs then?
Yes.
You talked to him when you were upstairs?
Yes.
What time upstairs did you talk to him?
I have no idea.
You have no idea what time it was?
This was not a conversation.
Well, you talked to him, but it was not a conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him any questions?
No, sir.
Did he ask you any questions?
No, sir.
When the time when you talked to Mr. Fung or there was conversation with Mr. Fung, who else was present?
I would say my boss and Detective Harrell. They were in the vicinity.
In the vicinity?
Yes.
But you can give us no idea of the time.
I couldn't tell you any exact times.
If you were to look at that video again, can you tell us where you were in the house the time you were talking to Mr. Fung?
No, sir.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection.
Proper foundation to refresh his recollection.
Oh, well,
Take a look at this video, and I'm going to ask you if you talked to Fung during any of these points, if I might. She talked to Detective Looper about items you'd photographed.
No, sir.
You didn't at all?
No,
Not that day or ever?
not ever.
Your Honor, we're referring to exhibit number 1068, Your Honor. That's. .1068 now. I want to just ask you some questions regarding this. Again, this is about 408, and you're going up the stairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, this conversation that whatever you said to Mr. Fung or whatever he said to you should be hearsay. What did it take place while you were on the stairs there, going up?
It might have.
You don't know that?
No.
All right, continue on. There again, you're shooting the photographs on the wall, or the pictures on the wall, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Per the instructions. Did it take place in that room there?
No,
One of
sir.
the children's rooms?
No.
The answer was no?
No.
Did it take place in that room there?
No, sir.
And that's about 4:09 p.m., right?
Yes.
Did you talk to him in that room?
No, sir.
Who's that in the background of that photograph?
Looks like Detective Harrell and my boss, David Atkins.
Harrow and Adkins?
Yes, sir.
Was Dennis Fung in any of these photographs?
No.
Did you talk to him in that room?
Not in that room. To my best recollection, I would say it would be in that hallway just prior to the scene here.
Just prior to the scene?
Yes.
We can back it up then? You tell us when.
I was in the hallway.
No, I want you to look at the thing and try to show us where you were, sir.
Where the picture's on the wall, about right there.
Right in this. All right, let's stop it here. During this area right here?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's stop it. Stop it, Mr. Johnson. So it's your testimony that you believe that you had a conversation or there was some word spoken between you and Mr. Fung?
Yes.
At that location?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that written in any report anywhere, sir?
No, sir.
Have you ever testified about that before?
No, sir.
And when's the first time you told anybody about that? This alleged conversation that took place in that hallway there at about 4:11 on June 13th.
I haven't told anybody about it.
You talked to Mr. Darden about that? On Monday when you were up here? Or Tuesday?
No.
You never told anybody about that? It's the first time we're hearing it for the first time. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Who was present when you had this this conversation or talk with Mr. Fung?
I would say my.
Continued on.
Hold on. The record reflect that Mr. Ford has testified at a point on the tape that is 3:11 p.m. Proceed.
All right, you can proceed. Who else was present during this time at about 4:11 p.m. on June 13th?
My boss, David Atkins, and Detective Harrell is in the area.
Okay, were they standing close by? How far were they?
I have no idea. I'm looking through the viewfinder of the camera.
All right.
All I know, they were upstairs with me.
All right. You were actually focusing on what you were shooting. Is
Yes.
that correct? So you were not aware of where everybody was at that point. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And then when you continued on this particular photograph, as you went into the bedroom,
Yes.
come to that in just a moment, Mr. Simpson's bedroom.
I think there's another conversation at this point also.
You think there was a conversation or at least some words spoken?
Yes, sir.
At this point here at about 4:12 p.m. with Mr. Fung?
Yes.
All right, this is what appears to be the first bathroom entering Mr. Simpson's bedroom suite.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Young man?
With regard to this is Mr. Simpson's part of his bedroom suite, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. Fung during that time?
No, Mr. Fong is gone at this time.
Now, at 4:13, whatever conversation you had, the time you were in that bedroom, it's your testimony that Dennis Fung was gone at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss with Mr. Fung, have you discussed with Mr. Fung as to the time he told this jury that he went upstairs on that date? Yes?
Overruled.
You discussed that with him?
No, sir.
Did you ever see his testimony in that regard?
No, sir.
Did you ever review any log regarding the time he was upstairs?
No, sir.
Anyway, we approach one other matter.
Without the reporter.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Apologize, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, with regard to this indication about seeing or talking to Dennis Fung at some point, that video camera you had some kind of audio capacity, did it not?
Yes, it did.
So, and the audio was on, was it not?
No, sir.
You had it turned off?
Yes.
And why'd you have it turned off?
I was told to turn it off.
Who told you to turn it off?
I think it was Detective Harper.
Harper told you to turn it off?
Yes.
So then if Fung said something to you or you said something to him, if the audio had been on, we could pick that up, couldn't we?
That's correct.
But you were told before you started shooting to turn that off?
Yes.
Did you turn it off? Did you keep it turned off during the entire time?
Yes.
And when you spoke with Mr. Darden and Ms. Lewis on Monday, did you talk to them about the Dennis Fung appeared in that hallway at some point around 4:12 or 4:13?
Sustained.
Did the subject matter of Dennis Fung being in the hallway at Mr. Simpson's house at about 4:12 or 4:13 come up in your conversation at any time with Mr. Darden or with Ms. Lewis? Subject matter.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
No.
You never discussed it with him at all at any time?
No.
Never, prior to today. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you have any other videotape of any of the proceedings that took place that day
No,
with
sir.
you today? You do not?
That's correct.
Very well, I have nothing further at this point, Your Honor. I would like to ask the court to approach at the appropriate time. One item matter.
Mr. Darden?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You were called to testify in this case by Mr. Cochran, is that right?
That's correct.
And the DA's office assisted Mr. Cochran in getting you here to testify, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're a defense witness. Do you understand that, Mr. Ford?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. That's not true. Proceed.
You understand, Mr. Ford, that it isn't my responsibility to tell you what to do and not to do.
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Your only involvement in this case is the fact that you shot this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You didn't go to Bundy, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't see the bodies at Bundy.
That's correct.
When you arrived at Rockingham, you didn't collect any evidence, did you?
That's right.
You're not a criminalist, are you?
No, sir.
Dennis Fung isn't a personal friend of yours, is he?
No, sir.
Mazzola?
No.
All you did was go out to Rockingham and shoot this video, right?
All you did.
Overruled.
Is that all you did, sir?
That's all I did.
Okay. Now, you didn't go to Rockingham to videotape evidence, did you?
This is correct.
You didn't go to Rockingham to videotape the collection process, did you?
That's right.
You didn't go to Rockingham to videotape Fung, right?
That's correct.
Or Mazzola,
That's right.
or the detectives,
Right.
You didn't go to Rockingham to record conversations, did you?
That's right.
Tell the jury, Mr. Ford, why did you go out to Rockingham that day?
I was called by the request of the detectives at the Rockingham location to videotape all the personal effects of Mr. Simpson, just in case when they're getting ready to lock up his
Overruled.
they're getting ready to lock up his location, just in case any of the items are reported missing. And the tape was never to be used as evidence. It was only a record to show what was there when LAPD finished their investigation to leave.
When Mr. Cochran asked you if you were there to shoot anything and everything, that was true, correct?
That was true.
You were there to shoot valuables, right?
Yes.
You were there to document the way the house looked after LAPD completed its search. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Overruled.
That's correct.
And that's something you
Hold
told
on.
me.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said overruled.
I did. Proceed.
And that's something you told Mr. Cochran, isn't it?
That's correct.
Did Mr. Cochran asked you that when you were up here on the witness stand?
Yes, sir.
You went there for administrative purposes only, is that correct?
Sustained.
Well, you didn't go there to assist in any criminal investigation, did you?
That's correct.
Or in any criminal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
You weren't there as an agent of the DA's office, were you, Mr. Ford?
That's correct.
Now, you told us a moment ago that you went there to videotape the property to show how it looked after LAPD completed its search.
Exactly.
Overruled.
And is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Did you videotape the property to show the way it looked after the search was completed?
Overruled.
After the search was completed, sir?
Yes, sir.
In response to Mr. Cochran's questions, you told us about the instructions you were given. Is that right?
Repeat the question again.
Overruled. Overruled. That was the word used.
In response to Mr. Cochran's questions, you told us about the instructions you were given at the scene.
Yes.
You were instructed to only videotape a room after it had been searched. Is that right?
Overruled.
That's correct.
You were instructed to videotape a room only after it had been processed by the criminalists, correct?
Overruled.
That was correct.
And that's why we don't see socks in these photographs. Isn't that correct, Mr. Ford?
Overruled. Overruled. No, have a seat, counsel.
That's correct, sir.
You don't know what was in that room before you arrived that day, do you?
That's right.
Sustained.
You can't testify to what was inside or not inside that room prior to your entry into the room with that videotape, right?
Overruled.
Is that right?
This is correct.
Now, do you know someone named Mr. Wilson?
Mike Wilson?
Yes.
Yes.
He's a photographer, right?
Yes, he is.
He's a photographer just like you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He's a crime scene photographer?
Yes, sir.
You saw Mr. Wilson at Rockingham that afternoon, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You saw him there with the camera, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You saw him there taking pictures?
I didn't see him taking pictures, but I saw him.
Okay. You didn't see Mr. Wilson take any pictures at all that afternoon?
No.
So if Mr. Wilson took any pictures, then he took those pictures before you arrived. Is that correct?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Do you know why videotapes are made of locations and residences after they're searched?
I think we've already covered that.
You told us this morning about your conversation with myself and Miss Lewis.
Yes.
Did you also have a conversation with Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Neufeld?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with both of these men right here in the courtroom, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You were seated in the front row?
Yes.
Mr. Neufeld was seated to your left?
Yes.
Mr. Cochran was seated to your right?
Yes.
They had you hemmed up in there in that front row? Is that right?
Phrase the question. Jurors to disregard that last question.
In any event, you were seated between Mr. Cochran and Mr. Neufeld.
Yes.
And you were watching the video we just saw here. in
Yes.
court. And they were asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
And you told Mr. Neufeld at that time, didn't you, that you only shot rooms after they were processed by the criminals?
No, check it out. That's hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
That's no secret, is it?
No secret.
Now, let's talk about the camera you used. That was an RCA video camera?
Yes, it was.
And you don't own that camera, do you?
No, sir.
In fact, that camera was requisitioned from property division at the LAPD. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was a camera that, what, had been stolen or taken off of a drug dealer or something?
No. Cross.
I'm sorry.
Rephrase.
Okay. That wasn't a camera that had been purchased by the department, was it?
That's correct.
Okay.
says something about our budget, doesn't it?
So 10:30 or?
Well, I was
Shall I
hoping
keep
you were
going?
going to finish.
Well, I'm gonna finish about 11, I think, if I continue.
All right, we'll take a recess. I want to see counsel at the sidebar with the court reporter, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning recess. Please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Mr. Ford, you can step down, come back in 15 minutes. Let me see counsel at the sidebar with the court reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, when we concluded this morning, just before we took our break, it may have seemed to you that I was a little annoyed with the lawyers, and I want you to know that it's just an expression of my being in a bad mood today, and the fact that I wanted to speed up the pace a little, and you should not consider that as my expression of any displeasure with the lawyers themselves, and you should ignore any expressions of what appears to be judicial attitude on my part. All right? Mr. Cochran, Mr. Darden. All right, Mr. Ford is again on the witness stand, and Mr. Darden, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, message received. When we left off, you were telling us that, well, you didn't see any socks on the carpet, right?
That's right.
Now, in the videotape that you shot, we'll strike that. Let me show you a copy of what is remarked as People's 167. That will be the photograph of the socks on the,
All right, this is People's 167.
socks on the carpet. Now, if you will, Mr. Ford, can you help us? Well, let's see if there's a way that we can sort of mark the spot in the photograph where these socks are located. Do you see the patterns on the rug there?
Yes, sir.
Jeez.
Yes, sir.
Can you see the arrow there?
Yes.
It's not an arrow yet. Okay. Starting at the top of the rug, that would be the area closest to the fireplace. Okay. How many patterns down from the top of the rug are the socks located?
Looks to me about the 5th pattern down, if you count the border.
Okay. So the border is 1, number 2,
2.
3.
Go on. One more. 3. 4. Right there.
Okay. And now, starting from the bottom of the photograph here, which would be to the left of the carpet as you face the fireplace, how many patterns to the right of that edge would you say the socks are located?
5.
Starting with the border is 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
2. 3. 4. Right there.
Can we print this, Your Honor? 167?
167A.
Yes. Okay. We going to video also? Now let's go back to the video you shot. And let's go to the bedroom. While we wait for Mr. Fairlow, you already told us that you don't own the camera that you use, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it does have a timer.
Yes, it does.
Were you paying any attention at all to the timer in the video camera that
No,
day?
sir.
Was time an issue for you that day?
No.
Did it matter to you at all whether the time in the viewfinder was correct or incorrect?
No, it didn't.
Overruled. You can ask.
No, it didn't. It didn't matter.
Okay. And so you have told us that the time is 1 hour off. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the video for a moment.
All right, this is Defense Exhibit, no, 1068.
1068?
Yes,
Okay.
starting at 3:13.
Okay, so you're entering the bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Stop. Well, the tracking isn't real great on this system. But you've seen this video before, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Looking at that shot, the shot of the rug in the edge of the bed, the one we just saw
Yes.
here at 313, this shot does not include the portion of the rug that is closest to the bed and below the fifth pattern, as you described it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if there was anything at all on that rug, you would not have picked it up in that video shot there, right?
Phrase question. Phrase question.
You didn't pick up anything in this video shot below the second pattern, is that right? I'll ask Mr. Fairlow to go back for you.
Looks closely to the third pattern. That's correct.
Okay. And the socks that we saw in 167A, they were located around the fifth pattern, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll stop there. Okay, you were telling us about the time, the timing on the video camera, and you said it's an hour off?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't know that for a fact, right?
Not for a fact.
Rephrase the question.
Well, when you were being asked questions by Mr. Cochran, you told us that someone told you the camera was an hour off, correct?
That's correct.
So you were relying on that other person, right?
Yes.
In fact, you don't know if the camera's an hour off, right?
Overruled.
Correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if the camera's an hour and 5 minutes off,
That's correct.
okay? Because you never set the timer on this camera, did you?
No, I didn't.
Is it your job to set the timer on this camera?
Only by request.
Anybody make that request of you?
No.
Did anybody ask you to check the timer in the viewfinder to make sure it matched with the time on your watch?
No, they didn't.
No. Daylight savings time, that occurs around April, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Okay, and we all adjust our watches, right?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody adjust that video camera in April around daylight savings time?
I don't think so.
Do you know how to correct the time on that video camera?
Yes, I do.
But you didn't, did you?
No, I didn't.
And that's because it wasn't important to you.
That's correct.
And even though someone told you that the camera was off by an hour, have you ever attempted to determine whether or not the minutes depicted in the viewfinder are incorrect or correct?
No, just checking with the crime scene log. That's
Yeah.
all.
Okay. You have to rely on the crime scene log.
Yes.
And you haven't even seen the crime scene log.
Just a copy of it.
Okay. You've seen a copy of it? Is that right?
Yeah, the check-in list.
Okay. And so even in that regard, you're relying on what someone else wrote on the crime scene log.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because you didn't write on the crime scene log.
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't write the time on that log.
That's correct.
An officer wrote the time on that log.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, it wasn't when you arrived at the scene. It was when you approached the gate at Rockingham, right?
Yes.
And if that officer's watch was off, then the time.
Sustained.
At any event, the officer didn't ask you for the time before writing the time down on the crime scene log, did he?
That's correct.
And so would it be fair to say that you cannot tell the jury how much or how far off the timing is on this video?
Can I object? Since the fact not evidence.
Or will?
That's correct.
But you can tell the jury, however, that the timing is off.
Yes, I can.
Now, you did see Mr. Fung at some point upstairs, is that right?
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him?
In passing, yes.
Okay. There were words exchanged?
Words exchanged.
Okay. Did you go into each and every room in that house?
Yes, I did.
Did anyone ever tell you that you were prohibited from going into any room in the house?
Or will goes to his instructions.
That I was prohibited to go into any room?
Yes.
No, they didn't.
Did anyone ever tell you that you could not watch any particular procedure being performed by any criminals?
No, they didn't.
You told us that one of the detectives told you not to include any audio.
That's correct.
Did you think that was unusual?
No,
Or will.
no, it's not unusual.
Why not?
A lot of times they don't want any sound picked up in the background when we're videotaping.
Okay. But you weren't there to videotape sound anyway, only things, correct?
Or will.
It's cross.
Or will.
This is correct.
Can I have 1 moment, Your Honor? Was there a point in time that you began to enter the master bedroom?
Yes.
And at that time, did you see Fung?
No, I heard him.
And where was he?
He was in the master bedroom.
And did you enter the room at that time?
No, I didn't.
Did you ask him something at that time?
No.
Did he ask you something?
Yes, he did.
And did you respond verbally?
Or will.
Did you respond verbally?
Yes, I did.
And you did what Mr. Fung asked you to do?
Exactly.
Sustain.
Well, did Mr.
Answer
Fung,
stricken, jury to disregard.
did Mr. Fung ask you to do something?
Yes.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
And where did you go at that point?
To the next bedroom.
And that would be the bedrooms that Mr. Cochran has described as being the children's rooms?
Yes.
And did you and you videotaped those rooms?
Yes, I did.
And did you see Mr. Fung again?
He was passing back and forth, going downstairs and coming back upstairs as I was videotaping. So I saw him in passing. It wasn't stop and talk to one another.
Okay. Well, how about the point in time after you videotaped the first children's room, one of the children's rooms?
When I think I was coming out of the first children's room, doing the photographs on the wall in the hallway.
Or will. He can finish the answer.
And he saw the video light.
Wait. Sustain. All right. Ask the next question.
Can I have a moment, John? Camera?
Yes, there is.
You're walking toward the master bedroom door,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did that light illuminate the doorway?
Yes.
Oh, and was it at that time that Mr. Fung said something to you?
Yes, sir.
That's when he asked you to do something.
Yes, he says, I'm not ready.
Sustain.
But he did ask you to do something.
Yes, he did.
What did you do after Mr. Fung asked you to do something?
I went to the next bedroom.
Did you do what Mr. Fung asked you to do?
Object, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Overruled.
What was the question again?
Your Honor, can I be?
Did you do what Mr. Fung asked you to do, yes or no?
Yes, I did.
It's an issue of subsequent conduct. In response, Your Honor.
Proceed.
May I ask the question?
Nope. Proceed.
After you did what Fung told you to do, which was, we'll strike that. After you did what Fung told you to do, did you return to the bedroom?
I returned to the hallway.
Okay. By the way, was there anything unusual about, in your mind, about what Mr. Fung asked you to do?
Overruled.
No, there was nothing unusual.
Nothing sinister about that?
No, sir.
You returned to the bedroom? Room after.
I was going toward the master bedroom.
Did you have the video camera in your possession at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Mr. Fung at that time?
I probably saw him pass by me before I turned the video camera back on.
Okay. Did you see him exit the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
By the way, did you see any brown paper bags in the house that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any in the master bedroom?
I don't recall. I probably did, but I don't recall.
You see Mr. Fung carrying any brown paper bags that afternoon?
I did.
You recall where he was?
Not exactly. He was in the house.
Okay. And so was it after you saw Mr. Fung exit the master bedroom that you went into the room to videotape?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point in time, did Mr. Fung do anything to stop you from going into the room to videotape?
Yes.
Okay, at this point in time?
Overruled.
Well, you told us that you saw Mr. Fung exit the room and go somewhere, right?
Yes.
Then you went into the room and videotaped, right?
Yes.
Okay. This particular point in time, did he do anything to stop you from going into the room?
No.
Okay. Did you and he speak to each other as you entered the room to videotape at that point in time?
Just in passing, yes.
Did you see anyone in the house that day plant any evidence?
Say that again.
You see anybody plant any evidence?
No, I didn't.
Now, you're not a sworn police officer, are you?
I'm not.
And you live in this community, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you're under oath, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you saw a police officer violating the law, planting evidence, doing anything wrong at all while inside that house, would you tell us?
Yes, I would.
You'd tell Mr. Cochran, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
You'd tell Judge Ito.
Yes, sir.
Jury?
Yes.
Did you see any police officer do anything wrong inside that house that day? Did you?
No, sir.
Did you see Mr. Fung do anything that you thought was inappropriate that day?
No, I didn't.
Now, you told us that you testified back on March 31, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Cochran was here when you testified?
Yes, he was.
And Mr. Cochran asked you questions during that hearing?
Yes, he did.
When was the next time you spoke to Mr. Cochran? That is after March 31, 1995.
I think it was Tuesday.
Tuesday this week?
Yes.
And when Mr. Cochran spoke to you, he asked you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond to all those questions?
Yes, I did.
Were you honest with them?
Yes, I was.
Being honest with this jury?
Yes, I am.
You telling the truth?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Dennis Fung gather or collect any evidence that day?
Not gathering, no.
And you weren't there to watch him do that, were you?
No, I wasn't.
And when you were in my office the other day watching TV, in my office, right?
I think that's your office, Patty?
Okay. Are you talking about you were with Patty Jo Fairbanks?
Yes.
Patty Jo Fairbanks. You were watching TV, right?
Yes.
Had you had any word or any order or any directive from Mr. Cochran at all that you should not watch TV?
No.
Now, you were in my office at some point, right?
Yes, I was.
And you watched some television, right?
Yes.
And when you watched television in my office, you watched a portion of this video we just saw, right?
Exactly.
Okay, we didn't watch cartoons and
No.
other stuff, right? We didn't watch the trial, did we?
No.
And during the time that you were watching the trial, I take it you were watching me down here in court, right?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't up there with you, right?
That's right.
But I couldn't stop you from watching TV at the time, could I?
No, sir.
Sustained.
So do we mark this 167A?
Yes, 167A. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Mr. Ford, again, sir, we won't keep you much longer. You'll be able to go back to your duties. You were asked a series of questions by Mr. Darden, and he showed you that video again, and I want to ask you now to look right at this jury. Tell him, when you walked into that bedroom, Mr. OJ Simpson's bedroom, at about 4:12 or 4:13 in the afternoon, did you see any socks on that carpet at the foot of the bed?
No, I didn't.
You walked right over that carpet, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And sir, we can put all the dots we want or arrows on that carpet and we can move 5 spots in or whatever, but you were there and you saw that carpet, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't see any socks on that, did you, sir?
Full roll.
You didn't see any socks, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you're telling us the truth, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And, you know, with regard to your role there, your role was important, and that's why you're paid by the city of Los Angeles, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
What you went out there to do was for civil liability purposes, is it correct? You took some photographs of the exterior and the interior of Mr. O.J. Simpson's residence, right?
That's correct.
Well, you took some, let me strike photographs, and you took a video of the exterior and interior of Mr. Simpson's residence. Isn't that right, sir?
That's correct.
And how long have you been employed by the city of Los Angeles?
13 years.
And you plan to do this the rest of your working life, don't you? I mean, this job with the city of Los Angeles?
Perhaps.
I mean, you like this job, don't you?
Well, it's a pretty exciting job, yes.
Right? And you don't want to lose this job, do you?
No, I don't.
And you did your job well on that day, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're just here to tell us what you recall from that date. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, let's go back for a moment. So we're clear that you never saw any socks on that carpet. You've described for us that you left the location by 16:30 or 4:30 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Roll.
And you've seen, I'd like to put you on Insurance People's 158 log. This, you've had occasion to see this log indicating the time that you left the location on that date, have you not?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a look. We'll start with the 16:30. See forward there.
Yes.
And that's the log you referred to. And 16:30 is 4:30 in the afternoon, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
And let's see if we can find when you arrived there. You got there. Let's see if we can move up and find Ford again. You came with your boss.
I do.
and you're pointing to a place where it says 1510,
Yes.
and it says you arrived at 1510 and left at 1630. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, that was logged and put down by some police officers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't think that police officer would make those times up, do you?
No.
He didn't just create those times out of whole cloth. He wrote down the times that you arrived there, right?
Sounds like an argument to me.
Think so, Your Honor?
Yep.
Let me see if I can phrase it another way.
Can you come back over here?
I will just think. With regard to these times on here, you have no reason to believe the officers weren't accurate the time they wrote those times down. Isn't that correct?
Overruled. Overruled.
You have no reason. You didn't ask that question?
Yes.
They were accurate as far as you know, right?
Yes.
Because in fact, Mr. Ford, you know that you got there about 3:10 because in looking through the viewfinder of this RCA camcorder, you know that you started shooting sometime shortly after 3:10. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
All right. What time did you start shooting with this RCA camcorder on that particular date, sir?
Shortly after I checked in.
Shortly after 3:10, right?
Yes, sir.
And so specifically, you went there. Isn't it correct that there was a police officer assigned there at the gate to log people in at this crime scene? Isn't that right?
This is correct.
And that,
Counsel, forgive me, but it's a very simple issue that now we've asked Mr. Ford, by my count, 10 times, were there any socks? And he has said 10 times, no. And we established what time he got there according to the log, talked about the camcorder,
all right.
and Mr. Ford has told us that this is all the truth.
All right.
So since we've all heard it 3 or 4 times now, perhaps we could wind this up.
All right, Your Honor. Certainly, I'll try to do that. Let me ask a few more questions of the court, please. Now, Mr. Ford, with regard to your role there, though, you never saw any evidence collected on that date. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Because that was not your job, right?
That's correct.
All right. You just went to do your job, and primarily your job was focusing on this viewfinder, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, with this RCA camcorder, of course, permission, when you looked through this viewfinder, you could see the time and date in there, couldn't you?
Yes, you can.
In fact, there's a way, if you wanted to, you could disconnect that. Couldn't
That's
you press a
correct.
little button?
That's right.
But you never did that, did you?
No, I didn't.
And before this detective told you to cut off the sound, did you have the sound on?
I think it was connected.
And you would have left this. You had nothing to hide that day, did you?
No, I didn't.
All right. If you hadn't been told anything, you would have left the sound on, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
And the sound would have picked up anybody coming and going or any voices, right?
Right.
Now, you're asking questions about talking with myself and Mr. Neufeld on Monday of this week. You recall that?
Yes.
And we just asked you what had happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you responded and told us. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the video, you did video these blood drops in the foyer, did you not?
Yes, I
Pictures of
did.
that? You took pictures of that, right?
Yes.
Nope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be heard on that? With regard to that?
It's beyond the
Yes.
scope.
May I ask one other question with regard to that, and you become clear
One
to the
other
court?
question.
Or,
One other question.
well, you had indicated that you did not, you told us already you didn't really see any evidence collected, right? You told us that.
That's correct.
And you told us that you weren't focusing on any items that might be collected there that particular day, right?
That's correct.
But you did, in fact, focus on and photograph some blood drops in the foyer area. Isn't that correct?
That's good.
I think,
Overruled.
isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And also downstairs, did you not focus in, video in on a glove that had been placed by some detective on a table downstairs?
Sustained. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Well, may I show the video? May court indulge me a moment? All right.
Those two portions.
Very limited portion.
Those two portions.
Sure. Thank you. Now, with regard to we'll show two areas. Oh, was that, by the way, stop, back that up. Back it up a little further. Back it up. Now stop it.
All right, starting at 2:32 on the tape, which is 10:68, appears to be in the foyer, entry foyer.
Right, and is that where you photographed the blood spots? Is that
Yes.
correct? Now I want to show you a person. Move on a little forward, Mr. At this point, Mr. Can you move on forward? I want to ask you if there's a lady. Let's stop right there. You know who that lady is?
Yes.
Who is that lady?
Marsalis.
Now, would that be Mazzola?
Mazzola, yes.
Or as Mr. Newfield says, Mazzola? Is that Miss Mazzola?
Mazzola, yes.
We have various pronunciations. But that's Miss Mazzola?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sir. All right, continue on. That was about 3:33. It's about an hour before you left there, right? This point?
Yes, sir.
All right. He's going to point where I point you. While we're waiting, Daniel, let me ask you another question to save some time. With regard to, Mr. Darden asked you some questions about this camera. We've already gone to the time that you logged there, and the court didn't want us to do that, and then we know what time you started shooting. And with regard to that, who was it who told you that the camera was an hour off and related back to daylight savings time? Who was that?
I don't know the exact person's name. It was the detective working on the case from RHD.
Detective working on the case from where?
RHD?
So it was a police officer who told you that?
Yes.
He told you the camera was 1 hour off, right?
Yes.
All right, and you believe that, right?
Yes.
That was consistent with everything else you saw there, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that detective's name at all?
It might have been Harrow. I don't know. I had gotten it secondhand through my boss.
All right, you don't know who it was exactly?
Not exactly. Just somebody from RHD.
Howard's the person you turned the tape back over to, right?
I think so.
I'll ask a few more questions. He's still trying to get to the glove part. I apologize for the delay. Maybe we approach on one question while we're doing that.
Sure.
Some time. Thank you.
Without the reporter. Do we have the part of the tape located? All right. Mr. Cochran?
Let me show you another portion of the tape. This is when you're downstairs in one of those rooms. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. About three.
See, the tape is at 2:50 p.m.
All right. Thank you, Adam. That would be 3:50. Is that right?
Well, no, the tape.
Okay.
Just say what the tape reflects.
No, I'm just asking him, Your Honor. That was the next question.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, I want you stop right there. Do you see, can you zoom in on it? On that particular table there, somebody's placed a glove on that table. Do you see that?
Sustain.
Well,
Phrase the
is it-
question.
when you shot this particular shot at about, according to the tape 250 on 6/13/94, you saw a glove there at that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that glove hadn't been picked up or seized or anything, had it? It was just like that, right?
Right.
And you just shot it,
Exactly.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know whether or not that glove was seized and taken into police custody at some point after that?
No, I don't.
I'm asking.
World.
Do you know?
No, I don't.
All right. But you did take a shot of that. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, I did.
And that was part of what you were doing as you went about your job of shooting any and everything that you saw that was out, right?
That's right.
And if the socks had been out when you were up there in that bedroom, you would have shot those too, right?
That's correct.
You didn't shoot them because they weren't there.
Overruled.
You didn't shoot them because they weren't there when you're up there, right?
No,
Socks.
sir. No, I didn't.
May I have just a second here?
Yes.
With regard to that, the glove that was there, did some police officer say anything to you about that glove?
No. No, sir.
And you only saw this one glove at that location?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how it got there?
No, I don't.
Was Detective Harrow in and around there at the time?
I think he was.
Did somebody tell you specifically to take a photograph, take the video of that glove?
Overall goes to the instructions he was given.
Not specifically.
And as I recall your testimony from cross-examination, you never saw Mr. Fung with any bags upstairs, right? You saw bags in the house, is that right? That's your testimony?
From time to time, I saw him with his tools that he works with. It might have been some bags. I don't know.
But you don't recall, do you?
Not really.
Because when you're shooting the video, you're looking in the camera, is that
Yes,
correct?
I am.
All right. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden?
Just a couple of minutes. How many times can you say that you didn't see the socks, Mr. Ford? You didn't see the socks, right?
That's correct.
Okay, jeez.
That's 11.
Yeah, that's not 11, that's 21. Mr. Ford, you didn't videotape the glove found outside, the one found on the south side of the house. Is that correct?
Overall, you didn't photograph any socks outside, did you? I mean, gloves outside.
That's correct.
Okay. And the socks that you've seen in the photograph, do you know how much those socks cost?
Sustained. That's irrelevant.
You didn't videotape the blood on the driveway?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you were videotaping the area near the glove, there's a lamp next to that glove, correct?
That's correct.
Did that appear to be an expensive lamp to you?
Yes, sir.
Overall.
Yes, sir.
Tiffany lamp?
I don't know what it's called, but pretty lamp.
Crystal?
Was it made out of crystal?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Expensive pieces of crystal, I'm told. You notice any expensive pieces?
Sustained.
Did you
Sustained.
notice any expensive pieces of crystal on that lamp? Right? Did you?
Do you know anything about Tiffany lamps, Cal?
Me?
It looked like a nice lamp. We'll leave
Yes.
it at that.
Okay. All right. And the glove you saw there. Was that an Arisa isotonic glove?
I don't know.
Did you notice that the glove was a large and not an extra large?
Didn't enter my mind.
No. Did you see the mate to that glove?
No, sir.
You don't know how that glove got there, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know who owned that glove, do you?
No.
Did you think it was unusual that there be a glove there? Only one glove, rather, there?
No.
And just so it's clear, there are crystal objects directly next to the glove in the video also, right? Or do you call that?
I don't know. Yeah, there's some objects there. It looks like crystal.
Counsel, I think the jury saw the videotape for a significant period of time, and they know what was on that end table at the end of the couch.
I'll stop it, please.
Oh, that's good here. Mr. Ford, are you aware that Detective Looper took that glove from Mr. Simpson's closet?
Yeah.
Well,
Sustained. Sustained.
may I seek to rephrase it?
He testified he has no idea how it got there. Sustained.
May I ask one other
Sustained.
question in that regard?
You can call Detective Looper if you
We'll
want.
call Looper? All right, we'll call Looper. Thank you, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you. All right. Mr. Ford,
Thank you.
thank you. All right. You have a nice day. Yes, let's get our next witness down here, though. All right. All right, Mr. Parker, Mr. Shapiro. Darden, start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you just to step back into the jury room for a few moments, and I need to take up something out of your presence on the record. All right, the jury has withdrawn from the courtroom. Apparently, we have a dispute as to the order of the witnesses and who's ready to do what. Next witness that the defense wishes to call is Ms. Guerin, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. I'd like to call Chief Guerin to stand. And what I would like to point out to the court is that we have indicated to the prosecution much better than they ever did for us, Your Honor, the number of witnesses we expected to call. In the course of our trying our case the way we want to, we give them the names of the witnesses. If we opt not to call a particular witness, then we take that witness off. We give them enough witnesses to the more than enough, much more than what we got. With regard to Gigi Guerin, she's been on the list, and she is now necessitated because of Your Honor's inclination to push Dr. Reeders back and Ms. Martz and Agent Martz. If that happens, I asked Mr. Douglas to go and try to line up some witnesses that we were not going to call today.
Is Agent Martz available?
This is Mr. Blazer's order approved. He'll have to decide the way he wants to do that. But I'm just indicating to the court that, based upon Your Honor's ruling, I think you've said many, many times we have a right to call our witnesses in the order that we want to. And so I've had Mr. Douglas rummaging around trying to find witnesses. And at this point, I understand that we brought Gigi Guerin in. We had her come in immediately. I understand that Agent Police Officer Muldorfer is in the building. And if I can inquire for a moment, I will talk to Mr. Douglas about what's going on.
Your Honor, just an hour ago.
Hold on.
We're going to get Detective Tom Lang, and we're trying to get Detective Harrow, and I imagine Detective Looper. So if we can get those, we can fill out the day. But it's necessitated by virtue of the fact that the court, Mr. Blazer, is supposed to be up moving with witnesses at this point. And so now because we don't want to waste time in this case, we're trying to use fill-in witnesses that we expect to call later on in the case at this point. And as the court can tell, that many of them are police officers, and the court knows they have some relevant testimony. They will not be long. But as to whether or not some of the other witnesses, I just want to point out to the court, we've told the people, we've given them the notice, and we are moving ahead. Now, if we decide not to call a particular witness on a particular date, I'll always tell them that. And, I just want to point out to this court again, just briefly, that about 2 weeks ago, before the people rested, Mr. Darden stood in this court and gave me a list of 5 so-called domestic discord witnesses. Mr. Clark came down and said, we're not calling any more of those witnesses. We didn't cry or run off. We didn't make a big hubbub about that, Your Honor. We just moved on. And that's all I'm asking to do. I want to put these witnesses on and move on. The problem we're having is if we're not able to call readers tomorrow, is we're going to be out of these so-called, civilian witnesses we would otherwise call. And I just want to make the court aware of that.
All right, Mr. Darden.
Your Honor, just an hour ago, Mr. Cochran told us that they wanted Detective Muldorfer down here. I sent my clerk upstairs to get the file on Muldorfer and Mraz and that whole mess. Now they're telling us they don't want her here. Detective Muldorfer has been in this courthouse waiting to testify for Mr. Cochran for 3 days, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Cochran just said that he was going to get to Muldorfer probably after Guerin, is what I just heard.
Well, I've heard that 6 or 7 times a day for the past 3 days, and so has Detective Muldorfer. In addition, they gave us a list that included Ernesto Rivas and Scott Matsuda from West Tech, Dale St. John, and a whole slew of other people. None of the people that have been mentioned to us as being witnesses for this week have included Detective Lang or Detective Looper. This is new.
The issue
Harrow's
is
not under subpoena.
The issue is Gigi Guerin.
The issue is fairness, I think. But as far as Gigi Guerin is concerned, we've never gotten an offer of proof from the defense. We don't know what she would testify to or not.
Well, Ms. Guerin has testified at other hearings. We know who she is. She's been the housekeeper of Mr. Simpson for a couple of years. There's a multiplicity of things that she can testify to. I mean, she's present in the household. Her presence or absence on June the 12th was one of the issues that's been brought up. Even the location of her bedroom and the proximity to the door in the back is an issue in the case. I mean, there's a jillion things she can tell us about.
Right. And half a jillion things she can tell us about that are inadmissible, irrelevant, prejudicial, and shouldn't be presented before this jury. And that's
Well-
why we'd like an offer of proof.
But there's a jillion things she can testify to that I can think of.
Well, there's a half a jillion. I agree. I don't disagree with the court on that, but I'd like an offer of proof. I mean, just like Mr. Cochran's next to last
right,
question to the last witness.
Well, the
Clearly-
only real issue is whether or not it's any surprise that she's coming, and it's not a surprise to me.
offer of proof if we can.
Represent, Your Honor, he indicated.
Hold on.
On the
I'm sorry,
question?
Mr. Cochran. I'm talking to Mr. Darden.
Are we going into the June 28th search warrant? For instance,
That's
mean-
what she testified to.
that's what you testified to before.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand that.
It's not relevant. Are we going into that? Are we going into?
I don't think so. All right, Mr. Cochran.
Regarding June 28th? I think it is. I think it's very relevant. Let me just indicate to the court why I think it's relevant. First of all, I've indicated sidebar, and I gave the court an offer of proof, which the court indicated was entirely appropriate. To expand upon that, in addition to the other items we've talked about, I think June 28th is also very relevant, Your Honor. She was present, if you recall, at this other hearing, and I think it's very relevant to this jury. If on June 28th these police officers are sitting around Mr. Simpson's family room watching videos of Frogman, and they can't turn the TV off or adjust it afterwards, I think that's very relevant with regard to the attitudes they have in the case. And so, but as we've indicated with every witness, when there's any issue, when there's a question, we have, unlike the prosecution, post the bench and ask the court when we get to that point. And that's all we do.
Is that what you did when you asked the question? Is that what he did when he asked the question about
No,
detective?
counsel, no, we're
Luker?
not going to go back and forth on this. No, I think Ms. Guerin, because of her position with Mr. Simpson's household, can offer relevant testimony as to a multiplicity of issues. It's not a surprise that she's coming. We'll pick her testimony. We'll start her testimony at 1 o'clock.
As to any.
As to June 28th, that's a different issue.
Before I get to that point, Your Honor, I'd like to coach, make an offer of proof
That's a different
on the
issue.
record.
But there are a lot of things she can tell us about.
May I inquire the court? May I ask the court to assist us in asking Mr. Cochran who will he be calling after
But what I just heard is Muldorfer, Looper, Harrow, and Lang. That's what I just heard.
Looper? Harrow is not. None of these people are under subpoena. Harrow's on vacation. Okay.
All right,
as far
then
as
I
Looper-
assume Muldorfer and Detective Lang.
Okay. Lang and Looper are not on their 3-day witness list, and we object to that. Okay.
All right, well,
You're on the list, Mr. Douglas. Can be here. Mr. Douglas on the
No.
discovered.
no,
He'll tell me.
no. Detective Looper's name just came up. He'll be here to say, what was your instruction to Mr. Ford? Detective Lang could be called for any number of reasons. He was not released. He was subject to recall.
Right.
All right, we'll stand in recess. Detective Lang can pop up at any point in time to clarify what goes on, since he's one of the investigating officers. All right, we'll stand in recess 1 o'clock. Court. With his counsel, people are represented, jury is not present. All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before we start with the next witness?
Scheduling for Dr.
Yes.
Readers?
I did review the reports, including all of the liquid chromatograph tracings from the FBI. I evaluated the literature that was there. It is a relatively complex issue. Dr. Readers is available, what, Monday?
Yes.
How long do you anticipate the direct examination for his testimony?
2 to 3 hours, maybe less. Same with Agent March.
All right, Ms. Clark?
Well, the problem is, Your Honor, that regardless of the length of the direct examination, it can be very brief and entirely misleading and confusing. I anticipate that it will be. And that means that the cross-examination will have to be extensive and detailed.
But don't we have a pretty fundamental difference in the types of results that the parts per million that you're likely to get in a reference sample is a gazillion parts per million, whereas these trace amounts are significantly less. I mean, isn't that something that's relatively simple to cross-examine on?
One would think, wouldn't one? I did too. When I first looked at it, and I spoke to Agent Martz about that, and I thought, show him the graph, just show him the chart. It should be really apparent. But from what I am told, there are a lot of machinations that can occur, comparing relative quantities on different days, which should not be done, but which we know the defense intends to do. And we will have 402 motions on their charts, which are misleading and confusing, because what they will attempt to do is compare amounts that are quantified and amounts that are quantified on one day to amounts that are quantified on another day to show relative degrees that they will attempt to assert prove the presence of EDTA, not just the kind that may be present in all of us right now as we sit here at a low level, but the kind of amount that would be indicative of coming from the preservative tube. And the problem that is engendered by that is that it's inappropriate to do so for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that on any given day, that the column will register high or low, depending on how it's been used that particular day. Furthermore, the method of testing employed by Agent Martz was not meant to be for the purpose of precise quantification. So
Ms.
they're
Clark,
using...
let's assume that I agree with you that it is a complex scientific process. The question is, today is the 20th of July. Why can't you be ready by the 24th of July?
Because that gives me exactly a half day on Friday to prepare, and tonight.
Yeah, but professional attorneys are paid to work 24 hours a day when they're in trial.
And I would be glad to approach sidebar to explain to the court why the weekend is unavailable to me. But
Well, is there somebody else on your team who can do this?
no, Your Honor.
Why not? I mean,
Because
you
I-
have several lawyers who are very skilled, very knowledgeable.
At this point in time, I'm the one designated to do this. And I anticipated that we would have more time than this because it looked from the scheduling of things that he would be coming up at the very earliest, late next week, after Agent Marks testified. They have now completely rearranged the order, and not only that, but decided not to call Agent Martz until afterwards. Now, Agent Martz is available, he could testify today, but they refused to call him. That's their trial strategy, but it is when they use their trial strategy to deliberately prevent us from being prepared to cross-examine, that's another matter, and that's what they have done. And so perhaps, the defense is indicating that Dr. Reeders will not be available until August 2nd if he's not called to testify on Monday. And I don't see any problem with Dr. Reeders testifying on August 2nd. I don't see what the problem is.
No, I thought it was longer than that.
Longer than that.
When is it? When is it?
He's leaving the 30th to go to Vienna, I think, for a week. Now, the prosecution was advised last Saturday that we were calling Martz and Reeders this week. I can't believe that Ms. Clark says she's ready for Martz, but she's not ready for Reeders.
Oh, come on. I think that
Ludicrous.
that's so obvious, it doesn't even bear addressing. You know, Agent Martz is going to be an honest witness who's going to testify truthfully to the results.
Counsel,
It's a little easier.
Ms. Clark, earlier today, I cautioned you about the personal attacks.
Okay, I'm sorry,
I
Your Honor.
warned you already. Sanction is $250. Don't leave court without writing a check.
Your Honor, Dr. Reeders would be available then, I take it, on the 7th of August. Is that correct?
I don't know what his plans are for coming back from Vienna. We anticipate being done by the 7th of August. I want to call him Monday because of his health.
All right, counsel, approach with the court reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Mr. Cochran, are you prepared to call the defense next witness?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, let's have the jury, please. All right. All right, Mr. Cochran, you may call your next witness.
Thank you very, very kindly, Your Honor. We'll next call Miss Josephine Gigi Guerin, Your Honor. Ms. Guerin? Ms. Guerin?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in trial accompanied before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your first and last names for the record.
My name is Josephine, Josephine, Guarin, Guarin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Guerin, are you nervous?
Yes, I am.
Is this the second time you've ever had to testify in your life?
Actually, this is my third time I appear before on the grand jury.
All right, but this is the third time in connection with this case?
Yes.
All right, and you're a little bit nervous, are you?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, just relax, okay, and kind of sit back, and if you can pull the microphone a little closer and speak right into that for us, will you? All right. Now, Ms. Guerin, how are you employed presently?
I was Mr. Simpson housekeeper.
And Mr. Simpson, you're speaking of the gentleman over here to my far left, Mr.
Yes.
O.J. Simpson?
Yes, he is.
And approximately when did you start to work for Mr. O.J. Simpson, ma'am?
April of 1994.
And you succeeded another housekeeper at the time you came in, did you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And were you working full-time from April of 1994?
Yes,
on?
I do.
And are you still employed at the Rockingham residence now?
Yes, I do.
Now, during the time that, let's talk about the period of April of 1994 to June of 1994. Did you work on a full-time basis for Mr. Simpson during that time?
Yes, I am.
And what was your regular work schedule during that period of time, Ms. Guerin?
I work Monday to Friday.
All right. And would you normally have weekends off?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, during that period of time, was Mr. Simpson always at home during that period of time, or would he be out of town a lot?
He is out of town a lot of time. The whole month of April, he is out of town.
All right. So when you first started working for him, he was out of town pretty much that entire month?
Yes.
And do you know, Ms. Guerin, where he was during that time frame?
He is in Puerto Rico.
Well, Left Foundation.
All right.
All right. You became aware that Mr. Simpson was out of town or out of the country during the month of April?
Yes, he is.
And how did you were aware of what he was doing while he was out of town?
Yes, he is.
And what was he doing?
He's filming.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Who's handling the witness here? All right, sustained.
Thank you. Before Mr. Simpson left in April of 1994, did you have some conversation with him about where he was going?
Yes, I have.
And when he was out of town, he would let you know where he was going to be, is that correct?
Yes, he will call me where he is.
And on occasion during the month of April, did Mr. Simpson call you from some location?
Yes, he is.
And when he called you during this period of time, did you ascertain during the course of these phone conversations where he was? You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
And when he called, have you ever received phone calls from like overseas or from a long distance before?
Overruled. Counsel, let me see you both at the sidebar without quote.
Thank you.
Please.
So where was Mr. Simpson during much of the month of April of 1994?
He is in Puerto Rico.
And was he shooting a movie at that time?
Yes, he is.
All right. So do your contact with Mr. Simpson during the month of April while he was out of the country would be how? How would you talk to him during that time frame?
He will call me from time to time to check how I'm doing.
All right. So you would talk on the telephone, is that
Yes,
correct?
here.
All right. Now, what about now during the month of May of 1994? How was Mr. Simpson's schedule during the month of May of 1994, Ms. Guerin?
He's in and out.
All right. And when you say in and out, what does that mean?
He's out of town or he's in town. He's doing a video or the fragment, the movie.
All right. The same movie that he'd been shooting in Puerto Rico, was that some of that shot in the United States also?
Yes.
And did the shooting continue in the month of May of 1994?
Yes.
Got an answer idea? Yes.
I'm sorry.
And were you aware that he also was involved in some kind of a video, exercise video during the month of May of 1994?
Yes.
All right. And during those periods of time, would there be nights when Mr. Simpson was not at home?
Yes.
All right. Did he travel quite a bit during that time frame we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, do you recall a time during the month of May of 1994 when Mr. Simpson had occasion to go to Palm Springs?
He go to Palm Spring on Memorial Weekend.
And do you recall with whom did he go to Palm Springs on Memorial Weekend, if you know?
With Miss Paula Barbieri.
With Paula Barbieri?
Yes.
All right. And prior to that, when you first started working for Mr. Simpson in April, first part of April of 1994, did you have occasion to meet Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes, I do.
And was there a period of time that the two of them were together?
Yes.
And did you see them together?
Yes.
And where did you see them together during this time in April of 1994?
In Rockingham residence.
All right. Would you see them at any other location?
No.
Now, with regard to that, did you continue to see them together during part of the month of May of 1994?
Around first week of March, first week of May.
All right, and they continued to be together during that time frame?
Yes.
Did there come a time when they were no longer together during the month of May of 1994?
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
That too. Did there come a time when you didn't see Mr. Simpson in the company of Mrs. Nicole Brown Simpson sometime during the month of May of 1994?
I didn't see her after Mother's Day, something like that.
Sometime after Mother's Day of 1994?
Yes.
And was it after that that you then saw Mr. Simpson with Miss Paula Barbieri?
Yes, I do.
During the time that you saw Miss Nicole Brown Simpson with Mr. Simpson, did you see Paula Barbieri with him during that same time frame?
No.
All right. You saw her after they were no longer seeing each other, is that right?
Yes.
It is allowed to stand now.
Thank you, Reverend. Now, we talked about April and May and Mr. Simpson's travel schedule. Were you aware of whether or not during the month of June, whether or not he left town during any portion of that time?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Certainly. We've talked about Mr. Simpson traveling during the month of April, traveling during the month of May. Now, I wanted to ask you at least about the first part of June. Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Simpson had occasion to leave town during the month of June?
Yes.
All right. Do you know where he went?
I know he went to New York, to Virginia, and I don't know where. And I know that he's going to Chicago on that Sunday. I think that's June the 12th.
All right. How did you know he was going to go to Chicago on Sunday, June 12th, ma'am?
Because I need to make my schedule with his schedule, because I need to be at the house whenever he is out of town at nighttime.
All right. So that would you adjust your schedule around Mr. Simpson's travel schedule?
Yes, I do.
And was that one of the reasons why you knew generally when he was leaving town, when he'd come back, when he was leaving? Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And would his travel schedule affect your duties around the Rockingham residence?
Sometimes.
And would you adjust your travel schedule to accommodate times that Mr. Simpson was going to be away out
Yes.
of town?
I need to make my schedule with his schedule so that there is no conflict on our schedule.
So you try to work it out, is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Simpson, let's go back to the months of April and part of May of 1994, certainly in late April and early May. Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Simpson spent any nights away from home over at the home of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
Objection.
So I'm asking yes or no. Yes or no for that question. Foundation.
Right. You can answer the question.
Yes, I do.
And
Foundation.
foundational, yes, Your Honor. And would you explain to the court and to the jury what would happen? How would you have contact with Mr. Simpson when he was away at night?
Yes, I do.
And would you describe for us in your own words what would happen? How would you have contact with Mr. Simpson in the evening? We're talking about the month of May and the month of April and early May.
Okay. There is some phone calls that coming from Rockingham, and if there is important, I need to relay the information to Mr. Simpson. So I will call Miss Simpson house, Nicole, and give the message to her. And so sometimes I'll talk to Mr. Simpson there.
So would there be occasions when you would get messages from Mr. Simpson, and you would then have to call him over at Nicole Brown Simpson's house?
Yes.
And when you did that, occasions that you talked to Mr. Simpson late in the evening and late at night?
Yes.
And in discussing with him where he'd be that night, have you had occasion, you became aware that he was spending the night over at her house?
Sustained.
Well, when you would call Mr. Simpson, and late at night, would you find him at some particular location?
I will call Miss Simpson's residence.
Okay.
If Mr. Simpson is not there, I will ask her where he is.
Okay. And on occasion when you would call there, would Mr. Simpson be there?
Yes, he is.
And when he was there, you talked to him on the phone?
Yes.
If he wasn't there, would you leave a message for him?
Objection.
Well, what would you do if he... Let me phrase you. You can answer that then.
I'll leave the message to her, or I will tell her to please call me at the Rockingham address.
And on occasion thereafter, if you left a message for him, would you get calls back from Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
He would then call back?
Yes, he will.
And when he called back, did he say where he was sometimes?
Yes.
Would he indicate that on occasion he was calling for Miss Nicole Brown?
Sustained.
All right. Now, during the time that you worked for Mr. Simpson, you've had occasion to go into his closet, have you not, and see his clothes closet?
That's part of my job.
And could you describe for us Mr. Simpson's habits regarding his clothes? Can you tell this court and jury something about that, please?
He wants everything in order, and he is neat and putting up everything in place so that he knows where to get it when he needs it.
All right, he was neat in putting everything in place?
Yes.
And with regard to, let's say that, are you aware that Mr. Simpson played golf?
Yes, I do.
And when he would come back home from playing golf, would he sometimes have some arrangement with you about the clothes that he played in and played golf in?
Yes.
Would you describe that for the court and jury, please?
He wear the clothes that he used to wear from playing golf. He will put it on the chair inside his closet. It means it needs to be washed.
All right, and how would he fix those clothes, the clothes that were presumably dirty
It will
clothes?
be arranged on the top of the chair nicely, sometimes folded nicely or hanging there nicely.
And you knew that when you saw these clothes either folded or hanging nicely, what did you take that to mean?
It means that I need to check if I need to wash them, or check I need to wash them, or put it back on the things on the hanger on the closet.
All right. Now, as you took care of Mr. Simpson in the house, did you ever see him leave clothes all strewn around the floor or around his bed or things of that nature?
Never. I never see him do that.
You mentioned that in his closet. With regard to his clothes, you know what color coordinated means? You know what color coordinated means?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us and describe for us how his clothes were arranged in his closet?
He wants everything. All the whites will be together. All the white clothes will be together, the same color, on the same. They're all together at the same line, and all the gold pants are all together, and the denims are all together.
What about his shoes? Did he have any particular arrangements for his shoes in his closet?
All the shoes that he usually wear, it's on the floor under the under his closet where his pants hang on, and also on the there's a shelf on the top of the closet. There's that he can put his shoes there.
How would you describe his closet? How did it seem?
It's big.
All right, in addition to being big, how did the clothes appear as they were in that closet?
Everything is arranged properly, and he wants it the way it is. Folded nicely. The clothes are on the same place that he wants to see it.
All right, what about when he would take off clothes? And would he have a habit of taking off clothes and just leave them off the hangers while you were there?
When he wear clothes and he doesn't like it, he will put it back on the hanger and put it on the same place where he got it.
So he wouldn't leave clothes laying around, is that correct?
No.
Now, during this time frame, you've described for the court and jury that Mr. Simpson was traveling a lot, and I presume on occasion he would leave from the Rockingham residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been around when Mr. Simpson was leaving to go on a trip?
Yes.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Mr. Simpson would, what you observed as he would leave to go on trips?
He's always rushing.
And describe that for us. What would he be doing?
He's always, the limo is already there, the one who will pick him up. It's still going to keep for a long time because he just going to start putting all her things together on the last minute.
You've observed this yourself?
Yes, I do. Sometimes I will help him packing all the things that he needs.
And waiting to the last minute, would that require him to do something? Was he rushing around?
He's rushing around, doing everything on the last minute.
All right. Did you ever talk to him about that?
He is always late. I will tell him the Dale is here. He's already waiting outside. He said, "Tell him I will be there soon," but Dale was going to wait for a long time before he will come down.
All right. And when you say Dale, are you referring to a limousine driver
Yes.
by the name of Dale St. John?
I know his name is Dale. I don't know his last name.
All right. So this particular habit of Mr. Simpson, would he always be running late?
Yes.
Proceed.
Did you withdraw that? Yeah. Did you answer?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. Would Mr. Simpson always be running late on these trips?
Yes, always.
The limousine driver would have to wait for him?
Yes.
Now, at times when Mr. Simpson, when he was running late, would his habit for picking up his clothes change at all, or would it remain the same? Can you describe that for the jury?
Remain the same. He will, after he put everything on his suitcase, he will make it sure that everything is in proper place, that he never leave anything out.
Just a second here.
Sure.
I'm not sure these photographs are in evidence, Your Honor. So just in case, I'll show them the counsel. You all see them. And I'd like to mark, this may be one of the exhibits, but I'll, in abundance of precaution, I'll mark this as a defense exhibit. I might.
1256.
1256, I've shown it to counsel. And I put a 1256 in the back. And I'd like to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Counsel has now seen this. I want to show you what has now been marked as exhibit 1256, Ms. Graham. Will you take a look at that photograph, please? And I'll ask you some questions after you've seen it.
Appears to be identical. What was it, 167?
It may be, Your Honor. We've now looked at this.
Yes.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
With regard to this particular photograph, do you recognize the room depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
And what room, whose room is this?
That's Mr. Simpson's room.
All right, and that's the room that you worked in during this time frame we've been talking about?
Yes.
If I were to put this on the Elmo, I'll answer some questions about it.
Mrs. Robertson.
Now, you can look down at the monitor there. With regard to that photograph that's now on the Elmo, any time during the time you worked for Mr. Simpson, have you ever seen him leave any socks on the rug or on that carpet in his room at any time, out like that?
No.
There appear to be some kind of straps on his bed or across the bed. At any time, have you ever, at any time, ever seen Mr. Simpson leave any straps or anything like that on his bed in that fashion?
No.
Now, during the time that you worked for Mr. Simpson as his housekeeper, did he have and use a cellular telephone on occasion?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And other than the cellular telephone, was there a cordless telephone at all in that house at all?
No.
Have you on occasion seen Mr. Simpson use this cellular telephone?
Yes.
Will you describe for the court and jury where and at what places would you see him use or talk on the cellular telephone?
Around the pool area and around the front yard.
All right. And did you ever see him use the cellular phone inside the house?
No.
You had other telephones inside the house?
Yes.
Now, this cellular phone that Mr. Simpson would use around the pool area or in the front part of the house, was that cellular phone capable of being put in either one of his cars?
Yes.
And have you had occasion to see that same cellular phone inside of his Bronco?
Yes.
And you could then remove it from the Bronco?
He will move it to the Bentley.
Now, you've seen the Bronco before, have you not?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you ever drive the Bronco yourself?
Yes.
You've driven it yourself on occasion?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the Bronco, can you describe for the court and jury on what streets, if any, the Bronco would normally be parked?
It will park on Ashford, sometimes in Rockingham.
All right. Those are the things that you observed yourself, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Now, did you have occasion to speak with Mr. OJ Simpson on the evening hours of June 12th of 1994?
Yes, I do.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what time did you have occasion to speak with Mr. Simpson on that Sunday evening?
I called him from Knott'sberry Farm around 8 o'clock that Sunday night.
All right. You were at Knott's Berry Farm?
Yes, I did.
And who were you at Knott's Berry Farm with?
With my family.
And you were having a nice time, I presume?
Yes.
All right. And in that connection, you call Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I do.
At the time you called Mr. Simpson, did you know whether or not he would be leaving town that night?
I know he is leaving town that night.
There'd been some prearrangement regarding his schedule?
Yes.
All right. Did you make some request of Mr. Simpson when you called at about 8 o'clock on June 12th, 1994? He answered yes or no.
Yes, I do.
You called him, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. And what did you ask Mr. May we approach on this limited portion?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Now,
Oh, I'm sorry. We got everybody? Yes. Okay. Proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, I think I was asking you about this conversation with Mr. Simpson on June 12th of 1994. And you described for us, as I recall, that you called him about 8 o'clock in the evening. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did
I
you
did.
request of Mr. Simpson at that time permission to remain at Knott's Berry Farm?
Overruled.
Did you?
I'm sorry?
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
Rephrase it.
Did you obtain permission from Mr. Simpson to stay with your family at Knott's Berry Farm and have a good time on the evening of June 12, 1994, after 8 o'clock?
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
And was that your request?
Yes,
Okay.
it's my request.
He didn't call you, you called him, right?
I call him from Knott's Berry Farm.
Now, and you did not talk with Mr. Simpson after you got permission to stay at Knott's Berry Farm. You didn't talk with Mr. Simpson anymore that particular evening, did you?
No, I did not.
And when did you next come back to work at Rockingham?
I came back Monday morning.
All right. So you were not home or not at Rockingham at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight on June 12th. Is that right?
No, I'm not.
And part of that time, you were still out at Knott's Berry Farm having a nice time with your family, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you spoke with Mr. Simpson at about 8 o'clock on June 12th of 1994, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the court how Mr. Simpson's voice seemed, how he appeared at that time?
It's the same thing. It's the same OJ that I used to talk to. He's the same person. Every time I talk to him, it's the same mood, the same everything.
All right. Did he sound like he was acting to you?
No.
Oh,
No.
all right. Did the answer get in you?
Yes, it did.
All right. You say he sounded like the same OJ?
Yes, the same OJ.
Is that what you referred to as OJ?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And when you said the same OJ, what do you mean by that?
It's the same, same joyful, you can easy to talk to. You can say anything that you want to say to her, to him. The same person that I always talk to. There's no difference at all.
Thank you very much for coming today.
Mr. Darden? One moment. Certainly. Excuse me, counsel, I'm gonna take a recess for just a minute. I've got a piece of equipment down here that's driving me nuts. Yeah. All right, folks, let me ask you just to step back into the jury room, and one of our electronic pieces down here is buzzing on me. Sure, and we'll call you back out as soon as I can take care of this problem. Ms. Karen, you can step down, however, don't go anywhere, okay? All right, the records reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, and Mr. Cochran, you have a few concluding questions?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Ms. Guerin, just a couple other questions. Again, during the time frame that you worked for Mr. Simpson at the home, can you describe for the court and jury the time on the evenings that Mr. Simpson would be home that he would normally go to bed at night?
Overruled.
Usually on his room around 9 o'clock or earlier at night.
9 o'clock p.m. or earlier?
Yes.
And what time would he normally get up in the morning?
I usually get up at 7.
All right, what about on days when he's going to play golf?
Usually when I wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning, he's not there anymore. He's playing golf already.
So when you would wake up at 7, he'd already be gone?
Yes, he is.
And you became aware afterwards that he had played golf and had left early that morning?
Yes.
So he'd be early to bed and early to rise?
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. Simpson, did you ever see any pills around your house called Juice Plus pills?
There is some.
And you saw those at the house?
Yes.
And did you ever make any special kind of drinks for Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I do.
What kind of drinks would you make?
It's a carrot and celery juice.
And how often would you make carrot and celery juice for him?
every day.
Would he drink it?
Yes.
You know why he was drinking carrot and celery juice? Well,
Overruled, but I need a foundation here.
all right. You, when you first came and started working for Mr. Simpson, you had any instructions on making this celery and carrot juice?
Overruled. Did you receive instructions on how to make it?
Yes, I do.
And from whom did you get that?
From Michelle.
And that was the previous housekeeper
Yes.
who was there before you came?
Yes.
And then you learned how to make, did you make this in a blender?
On a juice extractor.
A juice extractor?
Uh-huh.
All right. And then he would drink it every day?
Yes.
How much would he drink?
A glass of carrots and celery juice.
Okay. How big? Hold the glass up. Show us how big the glass was for the judge.
Like the beer mugs cup, something like that.
Size of a beer mug cup?
Yes.
All right. And you'd make that every day?
Yes.
And do you know why he was taking that carrot and celery juice?
Speculation?
That too.
Sustained. Foundation.
Yes,
I don't know the
I understand. I understand you.
Okay.
I'm with you. Did you ever have any conversation with Mr. Simpson as to why he would drink this carrot and celery juice? You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
All right. And were you aware of whether or not Mr. Simpson suffered with any kind of condition, physical condition?
I know he has an arthritis.
Arthritis?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
The way he walks sometimes.
And you could see that?
Yes. The way he walks.
All right.
I can say it.
And was the taking of the carrot and celery juice in any way related to this condition of arthritis?
Same objection.
Sustained.
If you know.
Sustained.
All right. Do you know why he drinks carrot and celery juice?
Objection. That's the answer.
This,
Sustained.
very well. I have nothing further this one. Thank you.
Mr. Darden?
Well, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met before.
Yes, we do.
You and I, we met in the grand jury.
Yes.
And that was the first conversation we ever had.
Yes.
And we haven't had one since.
No.
And you are, what is your position in the Simpson household?
I'm Mr. Simpson, housekeeper.
Okay. And you became his housekeeper in April of 1994?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the date?
Maybe second week, around April 10th, something like that.
Okay. Something around the second week of April?
Yes.
Okay. And the murders
But prior to that, I work like on Monday, just to start if I will, just a trainee, if I will like the job or not.
Okay. All right. So after you began as the housekeeper in around April 10 or in mid-April, the defendant left and he went to Puerto Rico, right?
Yes, he is.
He left right after you were hired as the housekeeper?
Yes.
And then he was he back in May?
I think he's back April, the last day of April.
Okay. And after he returned, he stayed home for a day or so?
Yes.
Okay. And then he was back on the road, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, going to many different cities to play in golf tournaments and other types of appearances?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that he was gone most of the time?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So you really get to see very little of Mr. Simpson, or you did, right?
I'll see him from every time that he's in town,
Okay. But he was out of town most of the time.
mostly.
Okay. And so during that time period between mid-April and June 12th, you really didn't see a whole lot of the defendant, did you?
When he's at home, I will see him.
Okay. Well, how many?
But he's in May. He's in and out of, the house.
Okay. Now, you told us that normally you would have to be at the house anytime the defendant was out of town. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If he spent the night out of town, you were supposed to be at 360 Rockingham, correct?
I don't need to be there at the daytime. I need to be there at the nighttime. He just wants somebody at nighttime in his house.
Okay. Well, on the night of June 12th leading to June 13th, you called the defendant, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you knew he had to catch a red-eye flight to Chicago?
I know that he's leaving town that night.
Okay. And you knew you were supposed to be there that night, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the defendant told you didn't have to go there, right?
No,
Or roll.
no,
Well, you didn't go to Rockingham that night, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And the defendant was your employer, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And had he insisted that you go there, you would have gone, right?
Sustained. Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Okay. Well, you asked permission.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You asked permission to stay out at Knott's Berry Farm.
Yes, I did.
Did you ask permission to stay out there all night?
I asked,
Is that yes or no?
She can't answer the question.
I asked Mr. Simpson if I can watch the show with my family that night and come back the next day in the morning. And he said yes.
Now, you arrived at Rockingham the next morning, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you arrived there at about 10 o'clock in the morning?
Somewhere 9 to 10, around that area.
Okay. And you were interviewed by a police officer, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You were interviewed by a female police officer?
A female police officer and a man police officer.
Okay. And you told that police officer that you had talked to the defendant the night before at 8 o'clock, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you told that police officer that the defendant told you not to.
Yes.
Well, I'm not reading from a report, Your Honor.
Is there a report regarding this?
There's an FI card which Mr. Cochran has had for 11 months.
Do you have the All right, would you show Mr. Cochran the FI card, please?
You told that police officer that.
May hold up just a minute, like
Yes. All right, proceed.
And you told that police officer that the defendant had told you that you didn't have to come back that night, correct?
I told the police officer that I talked to Mr. Simpson that night and I asked him permission if I can stay out and come back that morning.
Okay. That's what you told the police officer?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen a small card called an FI card, a field identification card?
Sustained. Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. I'm asking the witness if she has seen the card, Your Honor.
Right.
You know Mr. Cochran, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You've been interviewed by Mr. Cochran, haven't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let me show you. A card, a field identification card. What is people's next in order, Your Honor?
I'm sorry? 534.
I'm sorry?
534.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me show you what has been marked People's 534. I ask you to take a moment and read it to yourself and read both sides, please.
All right, Spirit, have you read the other side? The other side.
It's only my address.
Okay.
Nothing.
Mr. Darden.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Cochran show you a Xerox copy of that card?
No, she
No
didn't.
one has ever showed you a Xerox copy of that
No.
card? Do you know what that card is?
No, this is the first time that I saw this card.
Well, when you were speaking to the police officer, did you notice that the police officer was writing?
Yes, she just asked my name and took the plate number of my car.
Is that all she?
And she asked me, and I asked her if I can get in the house. And she told me no.
Okay, let me stop you there. She only asked you your name, is that right?
Yes, where do I live, my address, and she write my plate number of my car.
Okay. Now, what you're doing right now is you're looking at that card, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and by looking at that card, it's helping you to recall all the things that she asked, correct?
Yes, my phone number.
Okay, and does this card have your phone number on it?
Yes, it is.
Does it have your weight and your height on it?
Yes, it is.
Does it have your birth date on it?
Yes.
Does it have your place of birth on it?
Yes.
Does it have your California driver's license number on it?
Yes.
And did you show her your driver's license?
I don't recall that I saw it.
Okay.
Maybe I did.
Okay. Well, looking at the driver's license number on it in the upper left-hand corner, was that the driver's license number?
Yes.
And does it also indicate what you wore that day?
Yes.
And does it indicate that you have a nickname of Gigi?
Yes, that's how they call me.
Okay. And this is all information that the officer obtained. Well, most of that information was obtained from you, right?
Yes.
This is what you told the officer.
Yes.
And on the back of the card, it also has a description of what you told her regarding your conversation with the defendant, right?
Yes.
Doesn't mention anything about Knott's Berry Farm, does it?
Sustained. Further question.
This is Cross. Does the card mention anything about Knott's Berry Farm?
No.
Okay. But all the other information on this card is accurate, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Overall. It is, actually. Would you re-ask that question, please?
Well, is all the other information on this card consistent with what you told the officer?
I told the officer that
May I have a yes or no answer to that?
Right. Was it consistent?
the information about myself it's consistent.
Yes, thank you. Next question.
Okay. Now, the card also indicates that the time in which you spoke to the officer was 1000 hours. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. 10 o'clock in the morning?
might be.
Okay. You didn't tell the officer anything about Knott's Berry Farm, did you?
Overruled.
She did not ask me.
So you didn't tell her?
Yeah, because she did not ask me.
Okay. So the first time you told anything about Knott's Berry Farm was when you told Mr. Cochran?
No.
And who did you tell first?
About Knott's Berry Farm? Nobody asked me about Knott's Berry Farm. They just asked me if I talked to Mr. Simpson that night. And I told them that I called him from Knott's Berry Farm.
You told the police officer that?
I did not tell the police officer because they did not ask me. They just asked me, when was the last time you talked to Mr. Simpson? I told them around 8 o'clock that night. They did not ask me where I am.
Now, you are, you take care of Mr. Simpson's clothing, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And during the month of June 1994, he owned sweat clothes, didn't he?
Sweat clothes?
Yeah, like sweatpants and sweat shirts.
I don't recall that. Yes, all the things that I prepare for him is golf pants that he usually wear and denims.
Okay. Well, it's your job to make sure that all the clothes are lined up in the closet by color, right?
Yes.
To make sure everything in that closet is neat, correct?
Yes.
To make sure all of his clothing is clean, right?
Yes.
You do all the washing, correct?
Yes.
And you
Not all of it, because some of his clothes need to bring to the cleaner. So some of his clothes need to bring to the cleaner, not all of his clothes.
Okay,
I
well, with the
wash.
exception of the clothes that have to go to the cleaners, you wash those other clothes, right?
Yes, I do.
And you're telling us you don't know whether or not he owned black.
I did not see any black pants there.
You've never seen any black
No.
sweatpants. Never ever.
Never.
Have you ever seen the defendant wearing black sweats in any video?
No. I never watched the video, only the fragment video that I watch.
Well, if the defendant owned black or cotton, strike that. If the defendant owned black sweatpants, you would know about it, wouldn't you?
I didn't see him wearing that black sweatpants, so I cannot say that I saw him, so I don't.
Okay. Well, did you ever see any in the closet?
I didn't see it.
Oral.
I didn't see anything in his closet.
So you don't know whether he owns any or not?
Oral.
Do you know whether or not the defendant owns?
I don't recall if he has some or not.
He might have some.
I don't know.
Sustain. Sustain, but the answer will stand, I don't know. The answer was, I don't know, so the answer was.
Now, you still work at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, I do.
You still work for the defendant?
Yes, I do.
And his family is staying there now?
Yes.
Okay. You watch the trial on television sometimes?
I only watch the trial when his family is on the
Witness stand?
witness stand.
Okay. And have you spoken to any member of his family about your testimony?
No.
Now, you saw a photograph, People's 167, a few minutes ago. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
You saw straps on the bed?
There's something on the bed.
Okay. Did you notice what was on the bed?
Can I see it, please?
Robertson.
I have a copy of 167. Can I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Those are straps, right, on the bed? Suspenders?
I don't know if this is a suspender or strap from the bag. It look like. You cannot say. You can't say if this is a suspender or a strap from a bag.
Okay,
Because there is some wordings that you can read, like Louis Vuitton, something like that.
okay, well, how many different straps or suspenders or straps on the bag do you see on the bed?
This is, I think, one. Look like only one.
Okay, well, do you see something that's brown and something else that's black?
I think, yeah, there's like a black something. I don't know.
Okay. Now, Mr. Simpson wears suspenders with his tuxedo, doesn't he?
I don't know.
He owns suspenders, doesn't he?
I usually only see the belt, but I did not see him wearing a suspender.
Okay. You don't know whether he owns a pair of suspenders or not?
Oral.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
You don't
please?
know whether or not he owns a pair of suspenders?
I didn't see some of it on his closet, so I don't know if he owns some.
Are you aware that the defendant wore a tuxedo to an event that Saturday night?
I'm not there, so I cannot say that he's wearing a tuxedo or not.
Okay, and you've told us that it would be unusual for the defendant to leave any of his clothing out. Is that right?
Yes, he put everything back where he got it.
And so if he left his suspenders out from Saturday night, that would be unusual, wouldn't it?
Sustain. Sustain.
When was the last time prior to June 12 that you cleaned the house?
Almost every day.
From top
Friday,
Clean the house Friday?
yes.
You clean every room in the house Friday?
I have a sequence of cleaning the house. One day I will clean the family room, portion of the house, portion by portion, because I cannot do everything on one day. So there's a day that I will do sequence things so that I know everything is clean.
Okay. And Mr. Simpson's a very meticulous man, isn't he?
Yes, but on his bedroom, I need to do it every day when he is in town.
Okay. All right. And so, can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So did you also clean his bathroom every day?
Yes,
Okay.
when he is in town, I need to do it every day.
And you clean that on Friday, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And so had there been blood on the floor of the defendant's bathroom that Friday, you would have cleaned that up, correct?
I usually clean his bathroom, so I will clean it.
Okay. You wouldn't leave blood stains on the bathroom floor, would you?
I never see blood stains, so I don't know how to answer that question because I always clean the bathroom.
There are no blood stains on the floor when you left that Friday. Is that correct?
The stain is vague. Vague as to locations.
I'm sorry?
Vague as to location.
Okay. There were no blood stains on the bathroom floor when you left that Friday. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Yes, there's
What time did you leave the house on Friday?
approximately 9:30 or 10 that night.
9:30 or 10 that night?
Yes.
And was the defendant at home when you left?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And did you return to the house Saturday?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you return to the house on Sunday?
No, I did not.
So if there was blood on the master bathroom floor on Monday morning, you can't tell us how that blood got there, correct? Monday?
Monday morning. Monday morning.
Okay.
Overruled.
Can you read
Okay.
the question, please?
Okay. You can't tell us how the blood that was discovered Monday morning was found there. Is that correct? This is item 14, Your Honor.
Proceed.
You can't tell us how the blood that was found on that bathroom floor on Monday morning got there, can you?
No, I did not.
You weren't bleeding, were you?
I'm not.
You weren't bleeding that Friday, correct?
No, I'm not.
Now, prior to leaving, strike that. Is there some reason that you leave so late or left so late that Friday night?
Because Mr. Simpson that Friday just got back from a trip. That Friday. So I need to prepare dinner for him before I will leave and leave the house clean before I go to take my day off because,
Okay. So you'd make sure everything was clean.
yes,
You'd make sure all the laundry was done and folded.
yes,
You wouldn't leave for the weekend and leave wet laundry in the washing machine, would you?
no, I will not.
Let me show you a video, just a small portion.
Which exhibit are we talking about, Counsel?
A small portion of 1068, Your Honor. Of the laundry, of the washing machine scene. Same video we've been looking at all day.
Mr. Wooden, do you have that queued up? All right, this was part of Mr. Ford's videotape. All right, proceed.
Let me just show you a small portion of this video. Yes, please look at the monitor. This is 3:01 p.m. on the tape. Okay. Okay, stop there. Okay, you didn't leave that in the washing machine, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you notice what the clothing items were in there?
It's not here now, so
You want to see it again?
yes. Please.
Okay. Inside and on the top.
Okay.
Okay. There's a pair of panties in there, is that right?
That basket that on the top of the laundry,
Yes.
that's belonged to Arnell.
Okay.
Maybe Arnell did some laundry before after I left because that basket belonged to her. So maybe that's her clothes.
Okay. That basket wasn't there when you left?
No.
Okay. Good. Now, you told us that the defendant was always rushing around. Is that right?
Yes, he is.
And so, and you also told us that whenever he rushed around, he also put everything in place before leaving.
Yes.
So is it your testimony that he would risk missing an airplane to put his bedroom back in order?
He went.
That's our Your Honor.
Phrase the question.
Okay. Would the defendant risk missing a plane so that he could put his bedroom back in order?
Sustain. Phrase the question.
Okay. If you know, has the defendant ever missed an airplane because he was at home placing his bedroom back in order?
Overruled.
I don't know that he missed any airplane.
You took that off? And you told us how you cleaned the house on Friday. Let me ask you this. Had there been blood in the foyer? You know what you know where the foyer is in the?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Had there been blood there on the floor in the foyer, you'd have cleaned that up, correct?
Yes.
And you cleaned that area Friday, didn't you?
Prior to that, I did not clean it on Friday, but I cleaned the foyer area on that week.
Okay. And you didn't see any blood at that time, did you?
No, I did not.
Had there been blood there, you'd have cleaned that blood up, correct?
If there is, I will clean it, but I didn't see anything.
Okay. And you didn't see any blood when you left around 9 or 9:30 that Friday night, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what's people's next in order?
535. 535.
I have a photograph, two photographs. I'd like to mark one 536 and one 535, and I will show these to Mr. Cochran. West, Your Honor. I don't want to approach you. I'm ready to go.
Are we asking to approach? All right. Why don't you show it to the witness first, see if you can lay a foundation for it.
Let me show you a photograph. And Mark, I think it was 536. It is a photograph depicting a photograph. Do you recognize the two people shown in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
One of those people is Nicole Brown,
Yes.
the defendant.
Yes.
And is that a, sorry, one. Strike that. That's the photograph you've seen before?
I never see this photograph. No.
You've never seen that photograph before?
Or will,
Well, whenever you would do cleaning, you would clean this entire room, correct?
Yes.
You'd clean up those things I have in my room called dust bunnies. You make sure there wasn't a lot of dust and stuff around.
it's not surprising, but it's irrelevant. Mr. Darden.
I'm a bachelor, Your Honor. You'd make sure that there wasn't an excessive amount of dust in the bedroom, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and you look underneath the bed and make sure everything was clean, right?
Over.
Your Honor,
Proceed.
you clean underneath the bed, right?
I never clean underneath the bed. Never clean.
You never ever cleaned underneath the bed?
I'll just vacuum the side of the bed, but I will not look and clean what's under the bed.
You never look underneath the bed to see if the defendant's shoes were perhaps underneath the bed?
No, because I know his habit. He will put everything in place, and he never leaves his shoes or whatsoever under the bed.
Okay.
So I
Well-
will not look anything under the bed.
Do you recognize this photograph, 536, as showing a portion of the defendant's bed?
I did not. I don't know that picture. I didn't see it yet.
I'm talking about the bed part of it.
Yeah, I saw the bed.
All right, that's the defendant's bed.
Yes.
Okay. Can I show the picture?
Not at this point.
Well, during the time that you would vacuum around the edge of the bed, did you ever locate a picture of Nicole on
No,
the floor?
I did not.
Did you ever locate a picture of the defendant and Nicole on the floor around the bed?
No, I did not. I didn't see any
All right,
picture.
counsel, let me see you without the report.
That Friday night, did you leave by walking down the Rockingham driveway?
No,
Where was your car parked that night?
at Ashford.
On Ashford on the street?
Yes,
It wasn't parked up against the garage door?
against the garage. No,
Okay. And Ashford, that's where the defendant usually parked the Bronco, is that correct?
it's a big.
Pardon?
Yeah, he usually park his car there.
Okay. When you left Friday night, the defendant's Bronco wasn't parked on Rockingham, was it?
I didn't see it in Rockingham.
But he was home when you left, correct?
Yes, he is home.
Do you know where the defendant buys his socks?
What?
Where did-
Excuse me.
Where does Mr. Simpson buy his socks?
I don't know. I don't ask him where he buy his socks.
Okay. Now, you say you spoke to the defendant that Sunday night at 8 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Oh, by the way, you told us that the defendant went to Palm Springs on Memorial Day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he didn't go there with Paula Barbieri. He went there to meet her. Is that correct?
I don't know, but I know they are together on Memorial Weekend. But I don't know if he drive by himself or he will meet Paula there. All I know, they are together.
Okay. Well, do you know whether or not he and Paula Barbieri had a big fight in Palm Springs?
Sustain. Sustain.
Well, did you have a habit of discussing with the defendant his relationship personal relationships?
Overruled.
Discussing his relationship, no.
Okay. So you wouldn't know.
Overruled. She's indicated she didn't discuss his personal relationships.
Did you know the defendant in 1989?
No.
And did you know him in October of 1993?
No.
Let's have a few more questions, you know. One moment. As part of keeping the house clean, you would clean all the pictures, right? You dust the pictures off.
Sometimes if they need to be dust, I will do that.
Okay. Now, you understand that the jury had a jury view of 360 North Rockingham. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. I'm there.
Now, you made some additions or some changes.
Sustained.
Is that due to foundation or?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Got any questions regarding the jury view and preparation? Should I come up and?
With the court reporter. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
When you spoke to the defendant that night on the telephone, how long did your conversation last?
Like maybe a minute,
About 1 minute?
maybe something like.
Okay. So it was a very brief conversation, correct?
Yes,
And you did most of the talking during that conversation?
yes,
Okay. And that's because you were the one making the request, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So you didn't have a lot of time to assess his demeanor over the telephone, correct?
World.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question,
You
please?
didn't have a lot of time to assess his demeanor while you were talking to him over the telephone, correct?
I know that he's the same way that I usually talk to. So even it's a short time or a long time, he's the same person that I usually talk to.
Okay, so he sounded like the same person that you
Yes.
usually talk to, but obviously you couldn't see his facial expression at the time, right?
World.
You
Right.
cannot see his face expression, but you can hear how he talk.
And obviously you didn't know what he was thinking at the time, correct?
Sustain. Sustain.
Okay. When you returned to Rockingham the next morning around 10 o'clock, you weren't allowed to go onto the property. Is that correct?
Yes,
But you were allowed to stand out front. Is that right?
in front of the property, no. The police officer told me right away that I cannot get in. I said, why? Because I see
Okay. So you weren't. Is that okay?
Proceed.
Okay. Right. So you didn't see the police when they recovered items from the back of the house?
World.
excuse
Did you see the police recover an item of evidence behind the house?
recover item of evidence inside.
World.
Excuse me. Can you
Yes.
repeat the question?
Did you see the police recover an item of evidence from behind the house?
I saw some actions in and out of the house. There's some people coming in and out, and I saw a big van outside the property.
Okay. Just one last question, too. With regard to the defendant's bed, did he leave his bed unmade when he got out of it?
Hello?
Is that right?
Unmade, yes.
Okay. And he would leave it unmade so that you could make it. Is that right?
Yes,
And is that what you normally did?
yes.
And would he, strike that. And after taking a shower, would he always hang up the towel on the rack?
Yes.
He wouldn't leave a towel laying around on the edge of the bathtub, would he?
No,
He wouldn't leave a towel on the floor, would he?
no.
That wouldn't be normal for him, would it?
He will hang it on the door of the shower room.
Now, when you talked to the defendant on the phone that night, he didn't complain to you about his arthritis, did he?
On June 12th?
Yes.
No,
He didn't tell you that he was in pain, did he?
no, he did not.
I'd rather just end. By the way, did you ever go behind the house? That is behind behind Arnell's room and Cato's room?
I go sometimes.
Yeah. You go back there sometimes?
Yes,
Is there an air conditioning unit back there?
yes.
Now, if you follow the pathway behind the house, does it lead to an area where there's dirt and grass and stuff?
Sustain.
That's all.
Mr. Cochran, anything more?
Yes, well, very. Yeah.
Proceed.
Just a few questions, sir, Your Honor. With regard to this card that Mr. Darden showed you, the field interrogation card, you answered just the questions the police officer asked you, isn't that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you told this police officer the truth, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And if the police officer had asked you if you were at Knott's Berry Farm or where you were, you would have told him, right?
I will tell them where I am.
All right. And the police officer had asked you if you asked permission to stay out, not come up that night, you would have told him that, right?
Yes.
It is.
But
Mr. Gordon, keep your voice down, would you please?
Now, with regard to the clothes that were in the hamper, I saw some, excuse me, Eric. I saw some panties.
Overruled.
I saw some panties in and around the washing machine. Mr. Simpson never wore any panties around that house, did he?
No.
And you know that those clothes and that hamper, that was Arnell's clothes, isn't that
Yes,
correct?
they are.
And Arnell would wash her clothes inside the house there, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And would Cato Kalin also wash his clothes in the house also?
Yes.
Now, does Mr. Simpson shave every day, as far as you know?
I think yes.
Now, with regard to, you were asked some questions about cleaning the house, and I believe you indicated to Mr. Darden that you had kind of a routine and you clean various parts of the house on various days in the week. Is that correct?
Yes.
With regard to the foyer area of the Rockingham residence, do you recall on what days of the week that you cleaned that foyer area prior to the time you left on Friday, June the 10th?
I mop it maybe around Tuesday or Wednesday.
All right, Tuesday, Wednesday, early in the week?
Yes, early in the week.
And you had not cleaned that area after that, is that correct?
I just sweep it, not mopping it.
All right. Now, on Friday night, you said that Mr. Simpson had come back home from out of town,
Yes, yes,
and you stayed there to prepare dinner?
yes,
And did he have a guest there that night?
yes.
Who was that guest?
Paula?
Paula Barberi?
Yes, Paula Barbieri.
Did they have dinner that night?
Yes.
Or were they still there together when you left?
Paula need to leave because she's going to attend like a prayer meeting, something like that.
What kind of meeting?
Prayer meeting?
Prayer?
Yes.
Prayer, like as in prayer?
Yes.
Okay. She's leaving for a prayer meeting?
Yes.
We have an interpreter in the jury here. Proceed.
Well, thank you. So, what, excuse me, Your Honor. What time did Paula leave for this prayer meeting?
Before I,
What time did Paula leave for the prayer meeting?
It's irrelevant, really.
Well, no, what I want to know from a standpoint of sequence, Your Honor.
All right. What
Thank you, Your
time
Honor.
did she leave?
Foundational.
before I left that night.
So
She's-
you left at 9:30, and Paula had left for the prayer meeting before that.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, after dinner.
Okay. Now, with regard to your room, premises there, your room is downstairs, is that correct?
Objection, this exceeds scope.
Well, just one or two questions just in this area. Thank you. Your room is downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gurn, is there a door to the side of the house right near your room?
Yes, in between the laundry room and my room.
And can you come in on that side of the house if you have a key and get in that door?
Yes.
And what kind of key is needed to get in that door?
Master key.
And how many master keys were there in June of 1994?
There's only 2.
And who had those master keys?
I have 1 and Mr. Simpson have 1.
If you had a master key, you could come inside that door, is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with West Tech at all on when you were going to be off and Mr. Simpson would be out of town?
I did not.
It
I-
does. Sustain.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that's all I have at this point, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Anything else, Mr. Darden?
Back to cleaning habit for one moment. Had you seen a spill or spot on the floor, you'd have cleaned that up, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Guerin, thank you very much. You're excused.
You're welcome.
All right, let's take our mid-afternoon break at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, please, oh, Ms. Guerin, you're excused. Thank you. All right, remember all my admonitions to you. We'll take about 15, okay? All right, let's have the jury, please. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Scheck.
Yes, Your Honor. I have a motion in limine with respect to Detective Moldorfer's testimony. We intend to call her for a very limited purpose, and that is to establish that she was conducting an investigation of possible violation of OPG rules, that during the course of her investigation, she determined that there was a system for logging who goes in and out the area where the Bronco was being held that information came to her attention that several detectives and officers had been in and out, but were not logged in. She went to, she could not ascertain who those individuals were. She did ascertain that an SID person, Mr. Fung, had gone in and out. She then had a conversation with Mr. Fung concerning the times he went in and out.
That is not logged.
I'm sorry?
That is not in the log?
Yeah, there was no log of who went in and out. That's the point that I want to establish from her, that she had a report that certain officers and detectives, came in and out. She couldn't ascertain who those were. The only person she asked was Detective Van Adder. And that she did ascertain that Mr. Fung had been in and out, and that she asked Mr. Fung what he did, and then he gave a statement to her that on July 6th he went to the Bronco, looked at it to refresh his memory for court, and did not remove anything from it, which was a prior inconsistent statement that I'm seeking to introduce in terms of Mr. Fung's testimony.
What did he testify to?
Mr. Fung testified that on July 6th, he went to the Bronco at the request of Ms. Clark for purposes of seeing whether or not there were stains on the door sill of the Bronco, that and he then performed a presumptive test. Sure, you don't forget that, because that got us into some trouble on that ruling. And he testified that he performed a presumptive test on a stain from that Bronco at that time. And I asked him specifically...
All right, and what did he say that's inconsistent to Detective Moldorfer?
Well, what he said to Detective Moldorfer is that he went there just to refresh his memory for court. He didn't remove anything from the vehicle. And I asked him in the course of questioning whether he removed anything for purposes of performing the presumptive test, which of course he had to do, and he said yes. So those are the points.
So in other words, all you want to get from Detective Moldorfer is A, she conducted an investigation as far as the security there and determined that there was no system for logging in officers in it.
They had a system, but they didn't follow it. That was her conclusion. And that there were various people in and out of there she couldn't run down. She ran down Fung. She spoke to Fung.
But how did she determine there are various people who came in and out?
She had a report. She got information from Mr. Jones, who had brought her in, that, to quote her report, that several people, officers and detectives, had been in and out, but they hadn't been logged in. She attempted to find out who those individuals were, and the only person that she inquired about that to, she tells me, is Detective Van Adder, and that was it.
All right, I'll hear from the people.
And the point of this ruling is that I'm not going into anything about Mr. Meraz and what he said and the reasons that the city attorney did have or didn't have for bringing us a complaint against Mr. Meraz and all that stuff that's been gone into. If they choose to bring it on the rebuttal case, but that's not the purpose of bringing her here.
Mr. Darden?
Well, we have a couple of objections, Your Honor. First of all, as to anything that Mr. Jones may have told Detective Moldorfer, that's hearsay. That's hearsay, and it's being offered for the truth of the matter stated. Counsel was offering that hearsay statement to establish that there were multiple persons that went in and out of the Bronco. That's hearsay. And Detective Moldorfer did attempt to run that down, and she determined that that was not true. And she also determined, I believe, that Bob Jones had no basis in fact for making that statement as well. In any event, that's clearly hearsay. We object to that, and he shouldn't be allowed to go into it. As far as the impeachment of Dennis Fung is concerned, Dennis Fung did not tell Detective Moldorfer that he just went to the Bronco on July 6th to refresh his recollection. That's not what he said. He said he went there to refresh his memory for court, but he didn't say that that was the only reason. He never said that was the only reason, and that statement is not inherently inconsistent with what Dennis Fung stated here on the witness stand. In addition, on the issue of whether or not Mr. Fung removed anything from the Bronco on July 6th, we agree that he told Moldorfer that he did not remove anything on July 6th, but he also told the jury that he did not. He told the jury that he only did a presumptive test, that he did not take any samples, that he did not remove any physical evidence. That is not inconsistent. There was no inconsistencies there, and counsel should be precluded from dragging that hearsay into the case. As far as the issue of the reasons for the investigation, counsel's going to ask the witness if she conducted an investigation of possible violations of OPG rules. Well, I think I have a right to go into what those violations were. What triggered that investigation? And what triggered that investigation is Mr. Mraz, an employee, a thief, and someone who admitted to having lied when confronted with having removed things from the defendant's Bronco. We should be allowed to go into that. They can't just ask these questions and then expect us not to go into the issues, to develop the issues, and allow the jury to.
But let's assume that you asked the question then on cross-examination, what was the genesis of the investigation? It was the allegation that one of the employees, a John Mraz, removed items from the Bronco automobile. Is that correct? Is that what the question and answer is likely to be? And doesn't that pretty much cover it?
It's cross-examination, Your Honor.
Doesn't that pretty much cover what's
Well,
relevant?
I don't think it pretty much covers it at all, because I think we have to get down to the specific issues, and how they relate to
theft of items from a car that's supposed to be held in some type of security. That's pretty clear, isn't it?
Yeah, that's clear to me.
All right.
But can I
Two questions.
And can I interject this as well? Why is this even relevant? Why is it this detective's investigation, days, many days, well beyond July 6th, let alone June 13 or June 14? Why is this even relevant? Why are we wasting our time on this? This doesn't prove or disprove or establish any material fact that this jury needs to have before it to determine his guilt.
The whole point that Mr. Scheck is trying to establish is that multiple persons and persons unknown had access to the Bronco, and that it was in an unlocked state for a significant period of time. I think that's the point.
It's all hearsay, Your Honor. Moldorfer wasn't there. She doesn't work there. The only way she would know that is if someone told her. And in fact, I don't think Mr. Scheck knows that. And what he's going to do is interject that notion into this trial by innuendo. There's no proof of that multiple persons accessed that Bronco. That is beyond what Mr. Mraz has already told us.
All right. Well, but do you concede? I'm assuming you're not conceding the inconsistency of any statement by Mr. Fung. But if it were an inconsistent statement, then Detective Moldorfer, you'll concede, is competent to testify to any statements by Mr. Fung to her.
Yeah. If the court finds them inconsistent, yes.
All right.
With this testimony. And if she's going to testify to anything, that ought to be it.
Mr. Scheck.
Yes,
What concerns me about Mr. Darden's argument is that Detective Moldorfer's opinions are based upon statements from other persons. And is she competent to testify as to who had access to that Bronco? Wouldn't it be Bob Jones?
Well, it seems to me, Your Honor, that what she ascertained during the course of her investigation is that they had a system for logging in names, but that system was not implemented.
Then by that, if I use that analogy, though, then Detective Lang is able to give his opinion as to who committed this homicide.
Oh, no, I think that this is simply an investigation. She's going to testify that they ought to have a system in place. They had a system in place. They ought to have had a system in place.
I'm concerned about the competence to testify that other people had access.
No, then it's by inference. The point is that she was able to ascertain that there is a system of logging that is there to be followed, and it was not followed in this instance. Mr. Fung was not even logged in on the system, and there's no dispute that he went to the vehicle twice during the course of this. And my point is simply, following up what the court indicated, is I want to establish what the rules and procedures are for storage of these vehicles, what systems were in place, what systems were not followed in terms of logging people in and out, to establish access of several people, or possibly a multiplicity of people, and that she had information that there were other people besides Fung. It was her responsibility to try to track them down, and she could not. I mean, he's free to establish by asking her, who did you make inquiry with to try to find out who these people were, and are you satisfied that you've established it was no one? I don't object to him going into that in terms of the scope of the direct. My concern is, I don't even mind him asking her whether she was there as one or two questions, as the court indicates, as part of her investigation. She was investigating a few things. The rules, were the rules followed for storing the vehicle properly, and as part of that, whether or not a permittee, Mr. Mraz, had violated a rule by committing a theft. That was all part of this investigation.
He's not a permittee. He's an agent of the permittee.
Good. She told me something. I'm only going on what she said. But my point is simply this. I'm not going into the whole investigation of Mraz and everything else.
Let's get back
That's
to
my concern.
Let's get back to the more fundamental question, though. She is an investigator who
Yes.
interviewed witnesses. So you're saying that she should be able to come in and give us opinions based upon hearsay.
I think she's competent to come in, and it's non-hearsay testimony for her to establish, A, what the rules are, B, what systems were in
All right.
place.
Let's assume she's an expert in the area of OPG garages, so she can testify to the rules and regulations that are required. I take that as I accept that. But whether or not those rules were followed, she only knows that on the basis of talking to other people, nothing that she witnessed or is competent to testify herself to.
Well, I don't think that Fung wasn't recorded in. We know that the log of people, she was able to ascertain that no log was kept.
You have the log.
There was no log. That's the point.
All right, that's something she can testify to. Did
That's
she
right.
go there? Did she ask to see the log? Was a log produced? There was no log.
That's right.
Is that a violation of the OPG procedure? Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, and the final thing, and the additional point, is, did you ascertain whether or not there were individuals who did go to that vehicle who were not logged in, or there was information? Did you attempt to investigate that?
Given the log, how can she possibly ascertain that?
Wait.
other than
I'm discussing this with Mr. Scheck.
I'm only trying to get from her what she heard and what she did, in terms of trying to, and I think it's
You got it.
admissible for the fact that it was said. No, she was told that officers and detectives were seen going in and out of the vehicle. She then conducted an investigation to determine who. He's free to bring out what she did and didn't do. She went to Detective Van Adder. She spoke with him. As far as I understand, that's all she did. And that's
All right.
it came to her attention that there were unaccounted for people, which is a violation of the rules. That's within the purview of her investigation.
All right, you're going one leap too far here. You can put in that she's in charge of investigating OPG garages. She can testify to the rules and regulations. She can testify that she went to Vertel's to see what the logging process was. It's your representation that she's going to testify that there was no logging system in place,
There was one in place, but it wasn't followed. In other words, there was nothing recorded on the logs.
that she examined the logs.
Well, I have to ask her that specifically, but I'm going on a report on what she just told me.
All right, did we subpoena the log?
What's not?
Well,
Wait, Mr. Darden, please, I'm going to,
This will go. The question.
no, this will go a lot quicker if I get to talk to one person at a time. Do you have the log?
I don't believe we have a log. I don't know whether there was a log or not. She indicated there was no logs in, one way or the other.
No logs, period.
No.
She will say there is no log.
She testified to an absence of the record. I can ascertain that. Is she here? We can bring her in.
Let's bring her in. No, wait a minute.
Last question I think to ask her is, was she in the Bronco? Did she look in the console area, and did she notice any blood?
Personal knowledge, not a problem.
Right.
All right, Detective Moldorfer is here. Come on forward, Detective. All right, Mr. Scheck, do you want to ask Detective Moldorfer what she had?
Detective Muldorfer informs me that they have forms for logging people in. There's a system set up if they were to use it, but she ascertained that they didn't use it and they didn't log anybody in.
How is this record kept? Is it a loose leaf notebook or what?
They have I believe they just have similar to that, or a clipboard with a paper with lines, the names, visions, just real basic information. There was no log. That is the way there was no log.
There's a form. So there's a form, but not a log. There's a form for
And none were kept at the relevant time in question, or for a specific time period. Because I assume that once this was brought to their attention, they started a log.
Yes.
At what point, Detective? At what point did they start complying with the log requirements?
On August 29th is the first entry of their log that they now keep. August 29th, 1994.
So, to your knowledge, there's no log entries between June 15th and August 29th.
I just asked them if they had anything logged in for that vehicle, if they logged in any of the people that went in to look at the vehicle. And they said no, they didn't log anyone in relative to that vehicle.
And who told you that?
Mr. Jones.
All right. Detective, why don't you go ahead and have a seat? All right, Mr. Scheck, do you have any other comment?
No, I'm just seeking the court's guidance on whether they can go into.
Mr. Scheck, I think you can establish the point that no log was kept, but I don't think Detective Muldorfer is the person who's going to be able to do that for you.
Well,
Because the basis of her information is what Bob Jones told her. That's hearsay.
then we'll take it a step at a time.
I'm
In other
sorry?
words, we'll take it a step and a witness at a time. I could certainly establish that she had a conversation without telling us the content with respect to who went in and out. No, not the content.
No, that she conducted an investigation as to who had access to the Bronco. Sure, she can tell us that. That's the whole reason she's here. All right. As far as Detective Muldorfer is concerned, then, what I will allow is who she is, what she does, what her responsibilities were regarding OPG garages, that there are rules and regulations that govern OPG garages, which includes keeping a log, and that she conducted an investigation over at Vertel's. I think the prosecution is entitled to bring out the fact that this investigation, the genesis of this was John Mraz and that situation. And that during the course of this investigation, it's your representation that she actually looked in the Bronco?
Yes.
All right. She can testify to what she saw or did not see there, and she can testify as to who she interviewed with regards to the procedures. And she can testify to the statement by Mr. Funk.
She can't testify to the conclusions.
No,
Okay.
that's hearsay. What somebody else told her about the log is hearsay.
Okay.
And if she didn't see the log and examine it herself, but Bob Jones is the person who has to come in and say that this log was kept in this manner or not kept in this manner, depending on what the answer might be.
Okay, and how about the fact that she saw a criminal file?
That's neither here nor there at this point. Because then we're going to have to drag in the city attorney to tell us why they didn't charge Mr. Mraz. And that's,
Yeah, Mr. I mean, just the fact that she recommended a filing. We handle that in 2 questions.
I don't intend to bring it out. If they think that's relevant, they can bring it out in the rebuttal case. That is extremely complicated and I think unfairly prejudicial. I have no
well,
intent.
I will see, let's see how it goes in the context of what's elicited on direct.
Well, that's the whole reason for bringing this motion, because I don't want to go into all of that. I think it's a diversion from.
I don't want to go into it either. I just told you what I'm going to allow.
Okay.
All right, but they are entitled to ask a few questions. What was the reason you were there to conduct this investigation?
Absolutely.
Period.
No problem.
All right, let's go.
Could she be declared an adverse witness?
Why?
Well,
I think it's
So I can-
premature
all right.
at this point. Moldorfer.
All rise. Thank you, Deeper, Your Honor. We'll testify before going.
All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. And Mr. Scheck, you may call the defense's next witness.
The defense calls Detective Moldorfer.
Raise your right hand, please. You can solemnly swear that your testimony you may give in the cause now from you before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please have a seat at the witness stand. State your full first and last names for the record.
My name is Kelly Muldorfer. That's Kellymulldorfer.
Mr. Scheck.
Detective Moldorfer, what is your present position?
I'm a detective for the Los Angeles Police Department.
And where are you assigned now?
I'm currently assigned to Legal Affairs Division.
And in July of 1994, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to Commission Investigation Division Enforcement Section.
And is that the what's known as the LA Police Commission?
Yes, it's part of the Police Commission.
And as part of your assignment at the LA Police Commission in July of 1994, did you have any jurisdictions over what are known as OPG, official police garages?
Yes.
And were you assigned to conduct an investigation of at the Vertel's garage in July of 1994?
Yes.
July 13th in particular?
July 13th.
And this investigation embraced the violation of OPG rules concerning storage of vehicles?
That was part of the investigation, yes.
And the other part of the investigation concerned an allegation of theft against Mr. Mraz?
Yes.
All rules, foundational.
Now, are there rules, official rules governing how official police garages are supposed to store vehicles?
Yes, there are.
And Mayor, I'd like to put on the Elmo Defense 1253, the impound form.
Yes. You have a copy of that for Detective Moldorfer?
I think she has one with her.
You recognize the documents?
Yes.
All right. Mr.
Now-
Scheck.
I'd like to go up to the upper left-hand corner to the box that's entitled Give Special Care. Now, that box entitled "Give Special Care." What's the significance of that box?
That box is generally marked with an X or a check mark to let the garage know that it's supposed to be handled differently than the other cars.
All right, and is the term "hold" the one that's used? Hold for different purposes?
Yeah, well, a hold can be placed on the vehicle without it being an evidentiary hold.
Right. And the significance of an evidentiary hold is what for purposes of subsequent action by the police department?
A vehicle that's held for evidence or given an evidentiary hold is placed into the evidentiary hold area of the official police garage that they're required to maintain.
All right, and is that because there are certain restrictions that are supposed to be placed on anyone going into that vehicle?
This is leading, Your Honor. Objection.
Are there restrictions that are supposed to be placed by the official police garage on access to the vehicle if that box is checked off to give special care?
Same objection.
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
ask that again?
Are there restrictions, are there rules that an official police garage is supposed to follow if the special care box is checked off?
Yes.
And what are those rules?
One rule is that it has to be placed into an area cordoned off from the other area. It has to be a covered area free from rain and wind and snow and things that might interfere with whatever evidence is in the car, on the car, like prints or something.
And that would include blood within the car?
Yes.
That would include trace evidence within the car?
Yes.
What about access by people? What are the rules with respect to access by people if the give special care box is checked?
It limits the access to the to police and scientific investigation. The people that work at the tow yard should not enter that area or touch the vehicle in any way.
What about going inside the vehicle?
No, not unless they're directed by LAPD personnel to do so.
In terms of who is allowed into a vehicle if it's being held for evidentiary purposes, is there some kind of rules that are supposed to be followed with respect to making records of who can go in and out?
They're supposed to maintain a log of people that go into the vehicle and remove property or remove something from the vehicle. There should be a notation,
Well,
either on a log that they have generated themselves, or on the records for the vehicle. They have each vehicle has a card, and they also make notations on that card so they can go to it and see what went on with that vehicle.
All right. So either through the card or through a log, there's supposed to be some paperwork indicating who went into a vehicle that is being held for possible evidentiary purposes when the give special care box is checked.
Yes.
Now, when you were assigned the investigation of Fertel's, did you attempt to ascertain how many people had been in and out of Mr. Simpson's Bronco?
Yes.
Did you attempt to ascertain whether or not any records had been kept?
Yes.
Did you attempt to ascertain whether Vertel's had a system in place which they could have used to record who went in and out of the Bronco?
Yes.
Did Vertel's have such a system?
No.
No. In your report, did you indicate that they did have such a system?
Go ahead.
I call your attention.
They had the system by virtue of the ability to do it. In other words, they could have put that notation on the card. They could have kept a log. They do have a log that they keep for people that go into any vehicle and remove property. They didn't make any of those notations regarding this vehicle.
And in the course of your investigation, did you ascertain for the first time when a log began to be kept as to who would be going in and out of the Bronco?
On August 29, 1994, they began a more accurate log.
Well, prior to August 24th, you said, was there any
29th, August 29th.
August 29th, was there any log about who went in and out of that Bronco?
I was told that there was not.
Now, did you have a conversation, who is Bob Jones?
He's the general manager of Vertel's.
All right. And without telling us what he said, did you have a conversation with him about the number of people
Objection, hearsay.
that might have gone in and out of the Bronco,
Yes,
based on his investigation?
yes,
And did you attempt to ascertain how many people had gone in and out of the Bronco?
yes.
And who else did you talk to besides Mr. Jones?
About who had gone in and out of the vehicle?
Yes.
I spoke to Detective Van Adder.
All right. And did there come a time when you conducted an interview with Dennis Fung about the Bronco?
Yes,
And did Mr. Fung tell you that he had gone to the Bronco on July 6th?
yes,
And did you ascertain that there was no record of Mr. Fung going to the Bronco on July 6th?
Vertel's didn't have a record of that.
And did Mr. Fung tell you that the reason he went to the Bronco on July 6th was to refresh his memory for court?
Yes, I believe so.
He didn't tell you that he had been sent by Miss Clark.
Objection. Oh, for hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Did Mr. Fung tell you
Same
that...
objection.
Different question. Did
And
Ms.
misleading, Your Honor.
No.
Let's hear the question.
Did Mr. Fung tell you that he did not remove anything from the Bronco? Not a blood stain or anything?
Objection.
He said he didn't remove anything that day.
Now, Ms. Detective Moldorfer, did there come a time when you yourself inspected the Bronco?
Yes,
And who were you with?
I was with Mr. Jones.
And do you recall which day this was?
No, I don't.
But it would be sometime in the month of July?
It was sometime between the time that I got the investigation, which would have been July 13th, and when they began their log.
All right. And when you went into the Bronco, did you inspect the side pocket panels on both the driver's side and the passenger's side?
I looked into the side door panel, yes,
On the driver's side?
both sides.
Both sides. And did you look in the direction and see the console?
Yes,
All right. And when you looked at the console, do you remember seeing any blood there?
I wasn't looking for that, so I don't recall if I did, and I don't recall if I didn't.
Well, when you looked at the console, do you remember seeing any blood there?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oral.
No, I don't have any specific recollection.
I have nothing further.
Darden?
Detective, are you telling us that there was no blood on the console?
No,
You weren't investigating the issue of whether or not there was blood on the console, is that correct?
yeah, that was not the focus of my investigation.
The focus of your investigation was Mr. Miraz, correct?
Yes,
You had learned that he had stolen some items from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
yes,
And the items that you learned about were credit receipts, is that right?
yes,
Your investigation was focusing on the theft of items of paper.
Yes.
Your investigation wasn't focused on biological evidence, was it?
No.
You weren't investigating the issue of whether or not Dennis Fung tested the Bronco on July 6th for blood or blood stains.
No.
As a matter of fact, you never asked him if he conducted a presumptive test for blood on the Bronco on July 6th, did you?
No, I never did.
You didn't ask Dennis Fung anything at all about any biological test he may have performed on the Bronco on July 6th, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Dennis Fung what the focus of your investigation was?
Yes, I did.
You told him it was about the theft of paper?
I asked him specifically about the receipts.
And when you asked him if he'd taken anything from the Bronco, you were asking him if he'd taken any documents. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was the entire focus of your conversation with him. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that interview conducted over the telephone?
Yes, it was.
You called him?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Dennis Fung prior to that?
No.
And you identified yourself as a police officer?
Yes.
And he had to take your word for that, didn't he?
Yes.
You could have been a reporter for all he knew, right?
That's possible.
You don't know whether or not Dennis Fung was holding back on the information that he had for you.
Stay.
Did you attempt to ascertain whether or not Mr. Fung had been in the Bronco on June 14th?
June 14th?
Yes.
No, I never asked. I don't believe I asked him about that.
Okay. Your investigation focused on what happened to the Bronco after it arrived at hotels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't focus on anything having to do with the Bronco and what may have been done with it while it was at the print shed, right?
Yes, I specifically didn't touch on that area.
During your investigation, did you speak to Mr. Miraz?
Yes.
Your investigation didn't reveal any breach in security at the print shed?
No.
OPG rules require that vehicles marked special handling be kept in a certain area at Vertels. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the area has to be cordoned off,
Yes.
and the area has to be covered
Yes.
and free from rain, wind, and snow.
Yes.
What date was it, if you recall, that you saw the Bronco at Vertels?
I don't recall. It was very early in my investigation.
But you saw the vehicle inside a structure, is that right?
Yes.
And that structure was covered, wasn't it?
Yes.
That structure was cordoned off.
Yes, it was.
That structure was free from rain
Yes.
and wind
Yes.
and snow.
Yes.
That vehicle was being kept in a secured area, is that correct?
Fairly secure.
Well, it was secure from the public, correct?
Yes, it was.
Now, Mr. Miraz was an employee at Vertels, is that right?
Yes.
And so what we're really talking about here is an issue of employee theft, aren't we?
Yes.
There's no OPG rule that would preclude Mr. Miraz from being inside that structure, is there?
No.
And when you saw the Bronco inside that shed, was it roped off?
Yes, it was.
When you looked inside the Bronco, you weren't looking for blood.
No.
You weren't looking for evidence that might connect the defendant to a murder.
No.
You're only looking to see if the credit slips that you had heard about were inside the Bronco, right?
That's correct.
And that was it.
That's it.
Now, you've told us that the impound form is not marked special handling, correct?
Correct.
If that vehicle had been delivered to Vertel's, had the vehicle been delivered to Vertel's and then placed in that secure area within an hour of its arrival at Vertel's, would that be in conformance with OPG rules?
Well, they can place it there themselves, or a phone call can have the vehicle placed there.
The main thing is that it is stored there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was stored there.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Scheck?
Detective Moldorfer, when you spoke to Mr. Fung, you told him you were a detective from the LA Police Commission.
Yes.
Was there any doubt in your mind that he didn't think you were a member of the press?
Sustained.
Did he answer your questions fully?
I was satisfied with his answers.
Did you inquire about a visit he had to the Bronco on an occasion other than July 6th?
I believe I asked him how many times he'd been to Vertel's and on what dates.
And did you get the details of what he did on those occasions?
Objection.
Oh, well.
I asked him if, while he was at the vehicle or in the vehicle or whatever he was doing there, if he removed or noticed the paperwork that I was interested in.
Did you ascertain that on June 28th he removed a shovel and a towel in a plastic bag?
Sustained.
What did you ascertain about June 28th? He opened up.
Sustained.
Did you attempt to find out the particulars of what he did on his visits to the vehicle?
No.
No.
No, I only asked him if, while he was at the vehicle or in the vehicle, if he noticed or removed any of the paperwork that I was interested in. That was the crux of what I asked him.
In your investigation, did you not note down the details of precisely what he did on his searches or his visits to the vehicle?
Regarding the visit on the 28th where he removed the property, that information was gleaned from the property report that I got from Detective Van Adder.
You mean you didn't ask him about what he removed on the 28th?
No.
You don't know?
No,
The answer was no.
I asked him.
Excuse me, hold on. Proceed.
Yes?
No, there's no question pending, counsel.
I'm sorry?
There's no
Did you
question.
ask him what he removed on the 28th?
Overruled. You can answer that yes or no. Did you ask him?
Not in that form, but yes, I did ask him.
Now, Mr. Darden asked you questions about the purpose of your investigation. Now, wasn't one of the purposes of your investigation to determine whether or not Vertel's had adequate security for the holding of vehicles for purposes of evidentiary investigations?
Initially, that was one of the rules we were looking at.
And that's covered by Rule 14 and Rule 12?
Board Rule 12, yes, having to do with evidentiary vehicles.
And you came to a conclusion.
Sustained.
All right. Did did you recommend that Vertel's be closed down because
Sustained. Sustained.
were, from your investigation of the measures taken to hold the vehicle at Vertel's for purposes of evidentiary investigation, were their procedures adequate?
Objection.
Sustained. No.
Mr. Darden asked you questions about protection that this vehicle had from rain and sleet and other environmental elements. You remember that?
Yes.
What about people? Are there not regulations in place to limit the number of people that can enter a vehicle that is being held for possible trace evidence investigation?
Yes.
And would you not agree that one of the key protections when you're holding a vehicle for future criminalistic investigation is to keep a record of who goes into the vehicle?
It would be helpful.
It would be helpful, would it not, when trying to do subsequent tests on biological evidence recovered from such a vehicle?
Oh,
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Would it not be helpful to know exactly who had access to the vehicle if one is going to be conducting future criminalistic tests such as PCR DNA tests?
oh,
Well, I don't know what those tests involve, but it would have been helpful to me to know who had been in the vehicle.
And if one is conducting trace evidence investigations of a vehicle,
oh,
would it not be helpful to know what people might have been in it?
Well, I guess, again, I don't know what those tests are. I don't know what they involve.
But it would be just fair to say that from your point of view in terms of conducting an investigation of the security system at Vertel's, without knowing the details of these future tests, it's important to have records of who goes in and out.
Yes.
And you did the best you could with what you had to determine who went in and out.
Yes.
But the only person that you were able to find out about was Mr. Fung.
Yes.
But you did have conversations with others attempting to find out whether other people had access to that vehicle.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden?
Detective, you're not an expert in PCR,
No.
DNA,
No.
conducting investigations for trace evidence.
No.
You ever swatched a blood stain?
Never.
You have no expertise in any of these areas, do you?
No, I do not.
Detective, thank you very much. Next witness.
May we proceed, Your Honor?
Let's proceed.
Thank you. The defense will next call Detective Bert Looper.
Please, you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give will cause now opinion that the report should be the truth of all things and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. The witness stand and state spell your first and last names for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
My first name is Adalberto, Adalberto. Last name is Looper, Luper.
Good afternoon, Detective Looper.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice tie.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Detective Looper, you're a member of the Los Angeles Police Department, are you?
I am, yes, sir.
And how long have you been so employed, sir?
23 years, sir.
And you're presently assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Detective Looper, are you one of the investigators assigned to this case?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And when were you first assigned to this case?
I was assigned on January 13th, probably around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Is that January 13th or June 13th?
June 13th, I apologize.
The June 13th of 1994?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And do you work, have you worked on this case basically since that time along with Detectives Lang, who's in court with us, and Van Adder?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. I want to ask you just questions on 4 quick areas, and we'll be in and out, hopefully. We saw a video taken by Mr. Willie Ford earlier today in which a glove, apparently a brown glove, was on a table in the Simpson residence. Have you ever seen that?
Yes, I have, sir.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that brown glove got on that table?
That brown glove got on the table when, right after I had arrived, and Detective Van Adder had left the scene and left me in charge of the scene. Went upstairs, and during the course of my search of Mr. Simpson's bedroom and his master closet, the big walk-in closet, I located a singular glove that was located in the chest of drawers. I secured it and kept it with me, and it was inadvertently put on a stand downstairs, and I believe it was in the living room area.
So inadvertently, you put it on the table and was left there, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then Mr. Ford came along and just photographed it, is that right? Or videoed it?
Yes, sir, later on in the afternoon.
All right. And you've seen that, so we were talking about the same glove downstairs, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, sir. Now, in the course of your duties in this case, sir, and you told us about June 13th, you had occasion to search through Mr. Simpson's premises and at some point go into the bedroom, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And did you at some point have occasion to go into the bathroom?
I did, yes, sir.
And in the bathroom area, did you have occasion to look inside a hamper that's located in Mr. Simpson's bathroom there?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to take some clothes out of that hamper?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to look at those clothes?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In fact, the clothes were taken out of the hamper and then they were kind of like put on the bathtub area, is that correct?
Somewhere, yes, sir.
All right. They'd been in the hamper, and per your instructions, you had them taken out of the hamper, is that correct?
No, not per my instructions. I removed them myself.
Okay. So you removed the clothes yourself?
That's correct,
You
yes,
took
sir.
them and you looked through the hamper and took them all out, did you?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And after you took these clothes out of the hamper, you had some photographs taken of them?
That's correct, yes,
So
sir.
the photographs we've seen are of the clothes after they were taken out of the hamper, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were any of those clothes that were in that hamper seized at all?
No, sir.
Did you have occasion to also look into Mr. Simpson's closet, the main closet off the bedroom?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And did you look through the clothes and Mr. Simpson's clothes that were located therein, did you?
Yes, sir.
And were any of those clothes seized at all?
No, sir.
Do you recall that at some point Detective Lang had a pair of tennis shoes, Reebok tennis shoes? Were you there when that happened?
No, sir, I was not.
So at least at the time that you left before Lang left, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what time did you leave that day? Do you recall?
I left around 6:30, 6:35 in the evening.
Before Detective Lang left?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at least when you left, you had not seized any of the clothes located inside the Simpson residence, right?
The only item that was seized in my direction were the socks, sir.
All right. Now, with regard, other than that, you hadn't seized anything else?
No, sir.
All right. You didn't seize any clothes taken out of the hamper?
That's correct, sir.
You didn't seize any clothes from the closet?
That's correct, sir.
and the brown glove that you had on the table that you'd inadvertently left on the table downstairs. Did you do anything regarding the brown glove?
Yes, sir. That particular item, after a conversation I had with Detective Lang and Van Adder, was returned to the location I had recovered it from.
I know what you did with it, you took it back upstairs, is that
That's
right?
correct, yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Now, what time did you arrive at the location that day, Detective?
It was about 12:10, 12:15 in the afternoon, sir.
Now, in connection with your investigation of this case, did you have occasion to go to Chicago, Illinois?
Yes, sir.
And when did you go to Chicago?
I went.
Let me ask this. Did you go to Chicago on more than one occasion? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the first time you went to Chicago.
All right. You want to know when I?
Yeah, when was
left?
that, sir?
I left. I believe it was June 15th, and returned June 17th in 1994.
All right. So you left on Wednesday and you came back around that Friday. Is that correct?
Friday evening, yes, sir.
And were you accompanied by any other police officers, Los Angeles police officers, when you went there?
My partner, Cliff LaFall.
Cliff LaFall?
Yeah, Lefall.
All right. And in the course of the time you spent in Chicago, you were investigating on this case also, were you not?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And on or about June 17th, did you have occasion to go to Chicago Police Department laboratory?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And did you at that point take custody of some items that were in the possession of the Chicago Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And among those items, did you take custody of a broken glass?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you take custody of some bedding?
Yes, sir.
Did you take custody of a towel?
Yes, sir.
Did you see some red spots on that towel? Red spots? Oh, you see red spots on the towel?
I never personally examined the items we recovered, no, sir.
Right. You've seen photographs of those items, have you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you've seen the items yourself, haven't you?
I have not seen the items at all other than the photographs, sir.
Now, in looking at the photographs, you saw that there was some red substance on the towels, did you not?
Sustain.
Well, now, with regard to these items that were picked up in Chicago, tell us what else you picked up in Chicago at that time relating to this case. Well, let's strike that. Let me ask you this. You picked up towels. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Picked up a broken glass.
That's correct, sir.
Picked up some bedding.
That's correct, sir.
And there have been photographs taken of those various items, have there?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And these items are all kept in a box now somewhere at SID or LAPD?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. Have you seen these items in the recent past at all?
No, sir.
When's the last time you saw those items that you brought back on June 17th?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Have you ever seen those items since you brought them back on June 17th?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, well, tell us what you did. You picked them up at Chicago Police Department, the laboratory, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
What'd you do with them at that point?
Hand carried them back to Los Angeles and booked them into the crime lab property room at Piper Tech.
The Piper Tech here at downtown Los Angeles?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And have you seen them since that time?
No, sir.
So what date did you book them into Piper Tech?
That would have been the 17th or the 18th of June of 1994.
After you got back here?
That's correct, yes.
Is that correct? Any other items in that box you haven't told us about in our questioning here?
I don't believe, I believe you've covered most of the items, yes, sir. But as to specific items other than what you just mentioned, no, I don't have a recollection of.
All right. And those items, as far as you know today, are still over at Piper Tech?
I believe that Detective Lang picked them up for your purposes, I believe.
Well, he did bring them a couple of days ago for us to take a look at them.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Are they still here or are they back over there? Do you know?
I believe they're still here, sir.
All right. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. People?
Yes, sir. Detective, what time did you say you arrived at 360 North Rockingham?
It was between 12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. And you met Detective Van Adder, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And where were you when you met Detective Van Adder initially?
I believe I arrived prior to his arrival, and he arrived a few minutes later, and we met out by the front door, or right in the foyer. I don't recall exactly where.
Okay. You searched the house that afternoon, is that correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Are you acquainted with Willie Ford, a photographer or videographer from SID?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay, you saw him there that afternoon, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Did he arrive sometime after 3 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned during your direct testimony that you saw some socks somewhere in the house.
I did, yes, sir.
Some socks that you caused to be seized?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you see those socks before Mr. Ford arrived?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time of the day it was that you first saw those socks?
It was between 12:30 and 12:40 that afternoon.
You saw those socks when you went upstairs into the defendant's bedroom, is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
You told us that you opened a drawer and you recovered a glove, right?
That's correct, yes,
You
sir.
didn't have to. I'm sorry. You didn't have to open a drawer to locate those socks, did you?
No, sir.
Where were those socks, Detective?
Those socks were located at the foot of the bed in plain view.
They were just laying there.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Are you sure of that, Detective?
Positive.
Why did you seize those socks?
Well, there's two reasons I seized them. One, they appeared to be out of place to me, based on what I had seen in the bathroom, for example. It was fairly neat. And the second was, I felt, based on the fact that they were out of place, that it would be just advisable to pick them up.
The bathroom was neat.
I'm sorry, sir?
You said the bathroom was relatively neat?
Relatively neat, yes, sir.
Let me show you 167 if you'll take a look at your monitor there.
All right, sir.
Is that where the socks were when you saw?
Yes, sir.
And when you first saw those socks, did you disturb them at all?
No, sir.
You left them right there.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, when you first entered the residence, you saw some blood spots in the foyer. Is that correct?
I did, yes, sir.
With regard to the glove, you conducted a search of the defendant's closet and master bedroom.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And where was it that you found that single glove?
It was located there was two chests of drawers located in Mr. Simpson's walk-in closet, and it would have been the one located against the east wall. I believe it would have been the south side of the master closet.
And you only found one such glove, is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
You didn't find a mate for that glove?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, and you thought that was significant, didn't you?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
You can ask the question.
Yes, I did feel it was significant.
And why is that?
Well, based on
Overruled.
based on the information I had, and the fact that the only information I had as far as gloves were concerned was one that had been recovered. I didn't know another one had been recovered. I just felt that it was a wise thing to seize it, hold on to it, and show it to the investigating officers, and let them make the final determination as to whether it should be booked or not.
A glove had been seized at Rockingham? Was that your information?
Yes, sir.
Had you visited the Bundy scene at that point?
I had been at the Bundy scene, yes, sir.
Okay. Had you reviewed the bodies?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether or not the gloves seized at Bundy and the ones seized at Rockingham were matching gloves?
No, I had no clue.
Oral.
I had no clue to that, sir.
Now, the glove that you removed from the defendant's chest, was that an Harris glove?
I don't believe so. It may have been, but I'm not too sure.
Okay. But it was a size large glove, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Not an extra large, but a large. Correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you thought the glove was significant, so you kept it in your possession, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then you went downstairs.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Why did you place that glove on the table?
Well, I knew that there was blood spots, or what appeared to be blood spots at the in the foyer, and I was just trying to look for additional spots on the wood floor, and there appeared to be several trailing from the foyer and past to the den area. And in trying to examine them, I put my notebook down on the floor as well as the glove on the little table there to take a better look at it. That's all.
Okay. And that glove was videotaped by Mr. Ford as it lay on that table, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And that glove was also photographed by the crime scene photographer Mike Wilson, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And in fact, there was a crime scene photographer at Rockingham that day, right?
He was there when I arrived, yes, sir.
And so he was there at least 3.5 hours before Willie Ford arrived. Is that correct?
Minimum, yes, sir.
And the photograph you just saw here a few moments ago, People's 167, the photograph of the sock in the bedroom, that was taken by the photographer, wasn't it?
It certainly was, yes, sir.
Was there any question, any doubt in your mind, sir, that those socks were there when you walked up the stairs around 12:15 or so that day?
No question in my mind, no, sir.
Matter of fact, you directed the photographer to take certain photographs. Is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
And that included the photograph we just saw, 167.
Yes, sir.
Who requested the video recorder in Mr. Ford?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand the question.
Well, did you ask Mr. Ford or someone to come out and videotape the premises?
One of the detectives, Detective Harper, who was at the scene, came to me and suggested.
Sustained. Question is, who requested?
Detective Harper did, sir.
Okay. And so you knew that someone was going to come out and videotape the premises, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the purpose in having that person come out was not to assist in the crime scene investigation, was it?
That's correct, sir.
It wasn't to assist in the prosecution of this defendant or anyone else, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Why was that person called out?
He was called out in the event there was civil litigation down the line or allegations of theft or breakage of valuables.
You wanted to make sure that you documented the condition of the premises as it was when you left. Is that right?
Oral.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Did you direct Mr. Ford in terms of where to shoot or videotape?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know whether or not the socks were collected prior to Mr. Ford's arrival inside the master bedroom?
They were collected prior to Mr. Ford's arrival upstairs and in my presence.
Do you recall who collected those socks?
It was Mr. Fung.
Now, you've testified regarding this issue before, is that correct?
At a motion, yes, sir.
You testified here in this courtroom on March 31, 1995. Is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. Cochran was here?
Yes, sir, he was.
With regard to the items that you brought back from Chicago, you've never, well, strike that. You obtained a box, is that right, from the Chicago Police Department?
No, no box. They were handed, when I signed for them, they were in bags.
Okay. And were these bags sealed?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see inside the bags?
No, sir.
And you were given an inventory?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And that inventory was supposed to relate to you the contents of those bags, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
You have no personal knowledge of the contents of those bags, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
You've never seen them?
That's correct, sir.
And with regard to any broken glass you may have brought to Los Angeles, you don't know whether or not there was any blood on that glass, do you?
That's correct, sir.
And that's because you never saw it.
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge as to how that glass was broken, do you?
No, I do not, sir.
You have no personal knowledge as to where that glass was seized.
That's correct, sir.
You weren't in Chicago on the morning of June 13, were you?
No, I was not, sir.
Or the evening of June 13?
That's correct, sir.
How long have you been a detective, sir?
12 years, sir.
How long have you been a police officer?
23.
Thank you.
Now, Detective Gilbert, with regard to, let's work in reverse order. With regard to the items that you brought back from Chicago, although you have no personal knowledge of those particular items, you still brought them back to Los Angeles in relation to the Simpson case, didn't you?
That's correct, yes, sir.
You got them from the Chicago Police Department, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Flew back here with them with your partner LaFall.
That's
right?
correct.
And you then booked them over at the Piper Tech to be held for this case. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what you have seen, you've seen photographs of those particular items that were seized in Chicago. Isn't that right?
Sustain.
Well,
Foundation.
all right. Have you seen photographs? Connection with the items that were allegedly in that box?
Sustain.
Well, the photographs that you saw, where did you see the photographs?
I saw them in Chicago.
And these photographs you saw in Chicago had supposedly been taken by the Chicago Police Department?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And these photographs were taken of the items that were seized. Isn't that correct? Yes.
Sustain.
Well, tell us about the photographs that you saw in Chicago.
Counsel, the only thing he can testify to is the chain of custody, and he brought him back.
All right. You brought them back?
He brought him back.
Chicago, then. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. But you then brought them back, right?
Yes, sir.
Did somebody tell you to bring these items back?
Yes, sir.
Who told you to bring them back?
Detective Lang.
But you also were an experienced detective yourself, and you knew to bring them back anyway, didn't you?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you had a phone conversation with Lang, and then you brought them back, right?
No, I had no phone conversation with Detective Lang regarding that. I knew that I was going to go back to Chicago to pick them up. I was directed to do that.
All right. So you went there specifically to pick up these items from the Chicago Police Department.
That's
right?
correct, yes, sir.
All right. And so you picked them up, you brought them back here to Los Angeles, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Detective. Now, with regard to the residence of Mr. Simpson on this occasion, you have indicated that you were upstairs in the bedroom and that you saw the condition of Mr. Simpson's bedroom. Did you not, during the course of the day, after you arrived there at 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
And I want to approach and I want to show you a couple of photographs. One is People's 167 now in evidence, Your Honor, and one is one that I'd like to mark as a defendant's next in order. Court, please.
1257,
1257. I'd like to approach, Your Honor.
please. 56.
56, thank you. Right. I'm going to approach the witness by my, Your Honor. I want to show you, first of all, and I'll put this on the Elmo, I guess, People's 167. And I want you to see if you've ever seen that photograph before.
Yes, I have.
And you see on the bed there's something that looks like some kind of straps. Remember seeing that day?
Yes, sir.
And what were those? What are those straps?
Those were luggage straps or shoulder straps you would put on luggage.
All right. Were those seized at all?
No, sir.
Were those moved at all?
Yes, they were.
And who moved them?
I did.
And with regard, I want you to take a look at 1256. Now, see that photograph, 1256?
Yes, sir.
And are the luggage straps depicted there also?
Yes, sir.
And they're in a different position, aren't they?
That's correct. One of them is.
And was that because you moved it?
That's correct, yes.
And you moved it prior to having the photograph taken or after the photograph was taken?
I don't understand your question.
On this photograph here, 167, none of the straps are hanging down on the bed. Is that correct?
Okay, I understand. Yes, that's correct.
And on the other photograph, defendant's 1256 now, one of the straps is hanging down the bed. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Over the side of
Over the side of the bed. Thank you, Your Honor. And does that indicate that you had moved it at that point?
No, it had not been moved as of yet. The 3x5 that you are showing me was prior to me moving it, and the other one, the larger photograph, was after it was moved.
All right. Now, and look.
Records should reflect that the smaller photograph that Detective Luke referred to was 1256.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1256. It appears that in 1256, the smaller photograph, something is hanging down the side of the bed, does it not?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Was that the condition you found it in?
That's the way it was found, yes, sir.
And then you then moved it up on the bed to take a picture of it?
No, I moved it so I could look underneath the bed itself, and then it was photographed.
I says you actually moved this yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so if we wanted to demonstrate that for the jury, we can show how it was found and how it moved back. All right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at 1256, first of all. Now that's the photograph, defendant's 1256. It's your testimony that you found this luggage strap, as you described it, over the side of the bed like that, hanging down toward the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you then moved that luggage strap?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. And at what time did you see the luggage strap in the condition is indicated in 1256?
12:35, 12:40 in the afternoon.
Were you the first police officer to go upstairs that day?
I was the only police officer who went upstairs that, to my knowledge, to that point. We didn't have a search warrant.
All right, and you came back pursuant to search warrant?
That's correct, yes.
Now, there had been other police officers in that house early that morning, had there not been?
I was not aware of that.
You weren't aware that Detective Furman, Detectives Lang, Detective Van Adder were in the house early that morning? Oh, weren't you aware they were there earlier?
No, sir. I was not aware that they were inside the house prior to that, no.
You didn't know that Detective Phillips was there also?
That's correct.
You weren't aware that 4 of your brethren had been there early that morning?
I knew they'd been there.
Well,
I knew they had been there, but I didn't know where they had been in the house, if they had been in the house.
Right. The question was, did you know that 4 LAPD officers, whose names I just gave, Phillips, Van Adder, Furman, and Lang, had been inside Rockingham early that morning of June 13th, 1994?
Yes.
So you were aware of that?
I was aware that they were on the premises, yes.
All right. All right. As to whether or not they'd come upstairs at some point, you don't know, do you?
I have no idea.
All right. Now, with regard to 1256, which we've now shown, you then moved the luggage handles as depicted in 167. Is that correct? So if we look at 167, we notice now the strap is no longer hanging over the side of the bed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say you moved that so that you could look under the bed?
Yes, sir.
Now, At the time, sir, that you said you made these observations at about 12 o'clock or shortly after 12 o'clock, is that correct?
The my initial walkthrough, or my first walkthrough, was around 12:35, 12:40, and then I was in and out of that room up until I left.
All right, and so that you made your initial observations, and then did you go in the bathroom area that we talked about before?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you indicated and described for Mr. Darden that the place was rather neat, is that correct?
Yeah, rather neat.
And you didn't see things strung out all over the floor there, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
In fact, when you went in the bathroom, the clothes that ultimately were taken out of the hamper were done so by you to look at them closely and inspect them.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And so as an investigator, you were looking for any kind of evidence in this case, isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you looked through the entire hamper, and you looked through Mr. Simpson's clothes closet, and you didn't seize anything, did you?
That's correct, sir.
And even with regards to this glove that Mr. Darden asked you opened a drawer and you saw this brown glove, right?
Yes, sir.
And you, at that time, you told Mr. Darden that glove was a large?
Believe it was a large, yes, sir.
Wasn't extra large, was it?
Looked like a large to me. I couldn't tell you the difference.
Well, that's the point. Did you look inside the glove to see what the label may have said on that glove?
No, sir.
So when you told Mr. Darden it was a large, you just said that based upon looking at it. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
You didn't look at any label inside there, right?
That's correct, sir.
All right. So you handled this brown glove and you brought it downstairs, and then you inadvertently put that glove on a table, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you kind of forgot about it for a while, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
All right. So that we're clear, at the end of the day, or before you left, you took that glove back upstairs and put it where it belonged, right?
Not after the end of the day. I would say I had it back in my possession around 4:30, close to 5 o'clock.
No, I'm saying by the end of the day, did you take the glove back upstairs at some point?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back in the...
I put it back in where I'd found it.
You put it back where you got it from?
That's correct.
You didn't leave there with it, did you?
No, sir.
All right. And now, with regard to Mr. Willie Ford, were you walking around with Mr. Ford at the time he was taking these videos?
No, sir.
Were you outside the house at that point?
No, sir.
Where were you?
I was inside.
Where were you when Mr. Ford was taking his videos?
Could have been in several locations. I know I was upstairs in the bedroom and bathroom area, and I was also downstairs and upstairs and downstairs both.
You're still doing other work, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Would you agree that Mr. Ford's testimony that he arrived about 3:10?
I would have to look at the crime scene log, but if it's on there and documented that way, I would have to agree.
Well, if he arrived about 3:10, would it refresh your recollection that he left about 4:30?
That's correct. If it's documented that way, it would refresh my recollection.
And I'll be glad to show that to you if I might go.
Yes.
People's Park 58.
So I'll just direct you to Ford and save some time here.
All right, sir. Yes, sir. I see the entry. It is 3:10, and he does indicate that he leaves at 4:30.
All right, you have no reason to quarrel with those particular times, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, Dennis Fung, are you aware that Dennis Fung... yeah, maybe perhaps we should approach just for a second. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. With regard, sir, to Dennis Fung, you knew Dennis Fung prior to that day? Or did you?
I've only seen him at maybe one additional crime scene.
So you knew he was a criminalist for the Los Angeles Police Department?
I did, yes, sir.
And you saw him there on that particular date?
Yes, sir.
And did you see him on various occasions collecting various items?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And in connection with the log of the times that items were actually picked up, refer you to Defendant's Exhibit 1091, I want to ask you whether or not you ever at any time have seen the log of the collection of various items, okay?
Okay.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to ask you to take a look, first of all, at this log, and then I'll ask you to look down specifically to items collected, and I want you to look specifically at item. I'm just asking to look at specifically, Your Honor. You look at items 12, 13, and 14. Just look down at those. Have you looked at the log now?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that as a log kept by the members of the Special Investigations Division regarding the collection of items at a crime scene?
Sustained. Phrase the question.
All right. Do you recognize that particular log and how it's used, sir?
I've never seen a log used like this before.
Have you ever seen a log used by the members of the Special Investigation Division at all?
No. I mean, I've never paid much attention to how they record their evidence.
Do you know who collected these socks allegedly on that day?
What I saw was Mr. Fong collecting them.
All right. And what time of day did Mr. Fung collect these socks? Well, without looking at the log.
Well, there's no time on the log anyway, so it had to be in between 3:30, 3:45, somewhere in that general area.
3:30, 3:45?
Yes, sir.
Now, if
Objection.
I haven't asked a question yet.
I know. If it was if
If I want to phrase this question, Your Honor, if I might. May I phrase the question?
proceed.
Now, with regard to Dennis Fung, have you had occasion to see his testimony in this court before this jury regarding the time that he picked these socks up, allegedly?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you had occasion to talk with Mr. Fung at all regarding the time these socks were picked up?
No, sir, I have not.
Are you aware of whether or not the foyer blood drops, the socks were picked up sequentially or in order, from a standpoint of time, one being first and the other being second, and something was third? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Now, your estimate is that Mr. Fung picked these socks up at what time was that now?
About 3:30, 3:45 in that general area in the afternoon.
And is that, you have that written in any report anywhere?
No, sir, I do not.
Who do you think would have the best recollection of what the time these socks are picked up? You or Mr. Fung?
Objection.
Well, I can ask that.
Sustained.
Well, may I ask you another way, Your Honor? Who do you think would be in the best position to know what time these socks were picked up? The person who collected them allegedly, or you, sir?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I have another question I'd like to ask, if I might, at this point.
Do you want to approach before
Yes,
you
I
do
think,
that?
yes. Looper, do you know what time Dennis Fung collected, or Dennis Fung or Andrea Mazzola collected the spots in the foyer?
Not without looking at their notes.
Would you like to look at their log?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, if that refreshes recollection, let's be able to.
You can use it if it will refresh his recollection.
He hasn't testified that he ever knew.
May I proceed? Will you look at this and see what, if you can look at this and refresh your recollections, what time they picked up the spots in the foyer?
According to their log, it's
Sustain.
Now, the proper way, I guess, the other is, having looked at the log, does that refresh your recollection as to the time that Mr. Fung or Ms. Mazzola picked up collected the spots in the foyer?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Oh, well, can you answer that?
it would appear by their log that they.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Phrase the question.
All right, again, I'll just phrase it again. With regard to the document I placed before you, is your memory refreshed as to the time Dennis Fung or Andrea Mazzola collected these spots in the foyer at Rockingham on June 13th, 1994, in the afternoon?
Foundation.
Overruled.
The log indicate.
Yes.
Now, first of all,
No,
is this
question, wait a minute. Detective Looper, the question is, is your personal recollection refreshed as, after having read the log, as to when those spots were recovered in the foyer?
No, sir.
All right, so you have no way of knowing at all?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not that the foyer spots were collected prior to the time that you say the socks were collected?
Your Honor, the record reflects the witness.
Overruled.
Can we move that?
Yeah, would you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Tim.
I don't know how they were, if they were done in a certain order or sequentially. I know that Ms. Mazzola and Dennis Fung were working pretty much.
All right, next question.
All right, so there's an objection to your question by Mr. Darden, so I didn't get a chance to finish hearing it. So you don't know, I guess my question was, do you know whether or not the spots in the foyer were collected prior to anything being collected upstairs?
I don't know.
You don't know? And the form that I've given you does not refresh your recollection?
No, sir.
And you've not spoken with either Mazzola or Fung about their testimony?
That's
for this
correct.
jury?
That's correct.
And you don't know the times that they said?
That's correct.
Do you know the time that Mr. Willie Ford videoed Mr. Simpson's bedroom and there were no socks at the foot of that bed? You know that time?
Objection.
Oh, well. You know that time, sir?
I did not look at my watch on that particular day to be specific. No, sir.
All right. Well, you weren't in the bedroom at the time Mr. Ford was videoing the area of Mr. Simpson's bedroom.
No, I was not in the bedroom.
You were someplace else in the house, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. He was accompanied by some other people, not you, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Oh, well.
Now, you mentioned, sir, that when you were downstairs, one of the reasons that you had inadvertently put down the glove that we talked about was because you were trying to follow some blood spots or wood spots or something?
They appeared to be red discoloration on the wood floor, and they appeared to be spots that were not one right after another, but fairly far apart from each other.
Did you pursue these spots?
Yes, sir, I did.
You found out later that was not blood, was it?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So it was kind of like a trail of no blood, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Now speaking of that, by the way, as a detective, as the first person up those stairs.
Objection. That assumes the fact not known.
Well,
Sustained.
Counsel's absolutely correct. As the a police officer who went up the stairs after 12 o'clock on that date, you didn't see any blood on the stairs going up there, did you?
I didn't see any, no, sir.
You didn't see any blood on the carpet, Mr. Simpson's bedroom as you go in there, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, with regard to these socks that you had seized, you didn't see any blood on those socks either, did you?
I didn't get close enough to examine them.
Is your answer you didn't see any blood on the socks?
No, sir.
And it's your testimony that you had these socks seized, or asked to have them seized, whatever time they were seized, because they were out of place. Is that right?
They were out of place, and it seemed like a very good idea.
All right, and you had them seized. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. And you never got very close to them at that time?
No, sir.
And so I may have asked you this. You did not have the straps on the bed seized at any point, right?
That's correct, yes.
Those were just left there. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
Have just a moment, Chair.
Certainly.
Detective Looper. Again, with regard to strike that. With regard to criminalists Fung and Mazzola, did you notice that as they were doing their work at Rockingham that day, they had kind of a clipboard or something of that nature where they were logging and writing down things as they would pick up various items? Do you remember seeing that?
Oh. Yes, I did.
And so that if you would see them at one particular area, they would then write something down on a piece of paper, although you don't know what they were writing, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In your experiences. You looked in the closet, and you never sees anything there, right?
That's correct.
You saw these suspenders, or strike that, you saw these straps on the bed. And you never sees those, right?
That's correct.
Took a glove from upstairs and brought it all the way downstairs, and you didn't seize that either, right?
That's correct.
It's your testimony that you saw some socks that were out of place, and you instructed that be seized, right?
That's correct.
And it's your best testimony before this jury that those items were seized about 3:30 to 3:45 on June 13th?
That general time frame, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Darden?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. And we are talking about general time frames, aren't we, Detective?
Yes, we are, sir.
You weren't checking your watch to see when and the exact time that Mazzola and Fung picked up an item, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
You didn't think that was necessary, did you?
It's all suggested property.
Oral. Oral.
You didn't think that was necessary, did you?
No, I did not, sir.
I mean, they're the criminalists, right?
That's correct.
It's their job to pick up and collect the biological evidence, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Not your job, is it?
No, sir, it's not.
You don't know the exact sequence in which everything was collected, right?
Oral.
That's correct.
As far as the socks are concerned, you weren't looking for blood on the socks, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
You didn't want to get too close to the socks, right?
Oral.
That's correct, sir.
Now, you told Mr. Cochran that you looked underneath the bed, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Finish sometime today?
Time this year, Your Honor. Then, can we approach without the reporter for a moment?
Do we have to?
I would concur.
You don't have to. Let me
Thank you,
show
sir.
you a photograph marked,
535 and 536, Counsel.
Did you show the
Yes, foundation first, please.
Detective Bluebird showing you 535. You recognize that as the defendant's bed, right?
Yes, I do, sir.
Is that your hand in the photograph?
Yeah, it is. No. Sorry.
That hand smaller than your hand?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, let me show you 536.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You looked underneath the bed, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you recovered something, or rather, you saw something beneath the bed, right?
That's right, I did.
And the thing that you saw beneath the bed is depicted in these two photographs.
Yes, it is, sir.
Five,
The other way
I don't
around.
think so.
Now, do you see an object there beneath the bed, Detective?
Yes, I do, sir.
That's the object that you saw, right?
That's correct, I did see that.
That object is a picture frame, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled that picture frame out from beneath the bed and took a look at it?
I did, yes, sir.
And you had that photograph, didn't you?
No, I did not have that photograph.
Okay. But you now see a photograph of it?
Yeah, I do see a photograph of it now, yes, sir.
Okay. And Detective, when you first saw this item, this picture and picture frame beneath the bed, that was before the defendant came back from Chicago, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
That was before he was allowed access to the house, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
And let me show you 535, 536. Is that the item, Detective? Is that what you found beneath the defendant's bed?
Yes, sir, it is.
You know whether or not that's a wedding picture?
Staying. Move on.
Detective, prior to leaving the defendant's house, you straightened up some, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You didn't want to leave his house in a mess, did you?
That was part of it, yes, sir.
Why not?
Sustain.
In any event, you did straighten up, right?
Yes, I did, sir.
And by the way, the woman in the photograph, that's Nicole Brown, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, are you married?
Yes, sir.
And I presume that years ago, before you got married, you probably dated, did you not?
Somewhat, yeah.
And may I proceed, Your Honor? May I proceed? May I proceed? If you had a picture of a girlfriend that you'd broken up with on your nightstand, and your new girlfriend came around, would you move that other picture away and under your bed, perhaps?
This an interesting question. I don't think Detective Looper is the appropriate person to ask that question.
Very well. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Excuse me. Okay.
All right, Detective Looper, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
I think, Your Honor, that's probably, the court is aware of our
Yes.
next witness, who they are.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the jury is concerned, we will stand in recess. I've got some matters to take up with the attorney, so we're going to take our recess at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinion.